Hello, hello. Welcome to day 10, delayed by 2 days. Day 10 plus 48 hours. This was supposed to be the Friday stream, but it is instead the Sunday stream. How's everyone doing? Welcome in. Jump scare. Surprise! Yo bro gaming, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the prime sub, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I think most things will be working right now. I think I have enough infrastructure going that the stream can run successfully. Okay. So let's get started. Hello everyone. Welcome in. Classic OS booting audio before showing the UI. You know, it is a bit of that. That wasn't intentional, but that is kind of what it's like. Documentation for a TTS message. I guess there isn't. You type in !voices and it'll list the voices that are available. And then if you type like a voice, like one of those colon, and then the message, every time you type a name colon, it'll read the rest, up until the next voice you do, it'll read that in that voice. You got my pictures yet? No, still no pictures, I'm afraid. Yo, I got a super chat. Hey, thanks to Unlucky Development for the 249 super chat. I appreciate that. Thanks to what was going on. Do you mean why didn't I stream on Friday? I suppose it's all out there now.
What was going on?
There it was. I was wondering why was that taking so long. My website got a virus, essentially. My server got a virus. And it was for a stupid reason. So I've been spending... I mean, I didn't know that at the time. I just knew that something was going wrong. So I was like, shit. And so I kind of called off the stream and to investigate and just to see what had happened. And so I have been, since then, kind of rebuilding the server. Like the virus did not take the server down. I took the server down because I didn't know what it was at first. I wanted to be, as safe as possible. So just to see, to make sure, as soon as I knew something was happening, to get it all, safe and isolated. So I've been working on kind of rebuilding it, making sure there's no virus remaining, no malware remaining. So yeah, it's slowly been coming back up. I've been basically rebuilding everything from scratch with, all the, keeping all the data obviously, but rebuilding all the actual server stuff from scratch, just to make sure it's all safe and there's nothing going on. So
Obligatory funk WordPress.
thanks Yes I'm Jack for the TTS. Indeed, we had a bit of a WordPress meme, so shouldn't have been using unregistered hypercam 2. True. So yeah, that's what happened on Friday. I've got a post about it on my website. I need to get a link to it somewhere, because hey.
God, 13 is not a lucky number. How's the North Korean visa application going?
Do you actually have to get a visa to North Korea? I assume you do. I assume you can't just show up as someone from a Western country. Isn't it true that you can't even fly into Pyongyang directly? You have to fly to China and then take a bus in or something like that. Yeah, so I have no idea what that process is like, but so the answer is really well. I can't wait for my trip to Pyongyang. Why is the last stream split in two? I don't know. Something happened to my internet, towards the end of the stream. My internet just disconnected, and so YouTube dropped the connection or dropped the stream entirely. Twitch dropped it, but then when the connection came back, it was oh, a new stream has started. Streams on a 3-stream streak. Nice. Welcome in. Bro didn't activate MattKC. Hey, you guys haven't activated your MattKC. Did you know that? Actually, I shouldn't say that, because that's kind of misleading.
Hello, it's a Clinton time. How's progress been lately?
So I haven't been working on. I mean, I'll get into this a little soon. I did a little bit of work after the last stream, which was Wednesday. That's 4 days ago now. I did a little bit of more work on it after that. So there is some progress to talk about. I haven't done any since Friday, because the plan was to do a little bit of work on Thursday, and do a little bit of work on Wednesday night, and then show it off on Friday. That plan got a little bit messed up. So it's registered now. Oh, the hypercam? I don't know. Actually, it's all back now. It's become unregistered again. Left early came on a few days. There was 2 VODs. It's a different date, and I was excited that you'd done another stream. Yeah, no, sorry. I haven't done another stream. What's my opinion on Windows Phone? Look, I don't know anything about Windows Phone. I never owned a Windows Phone. I mean, it's easy to laugh at it, like it is easy to laugh at the Zune and many other failed Microsoft products. I'm sure it had things going for it. And I'm not just saying this because Wham Woo Wham is in the Twitch chat, but I have no idea. I never used it, so I can't. I have no opinion. Hey, Kakufi, thanks for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Thanks for 9 months. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. I really want to own just one Windows Phone. It'd be fun to give it a go just once. You know what I mean? I'm ready to carry the project again, just like last stream. Nani? What do I code my Twitch bot in? It's in Node.js. It's all in JavaScript. It could have also been Python, I think. I think, as far as purposes go, they're roughly equivalent. I guess Python is more commonly used for desktop scripts, and JavaScript is more commonly used for web stuff, but you can generally, the stuff you can do in one you can do in the other. Look at the Discord server reactions to the announcement. Oh, someone spelled cock out with emotes. That's always good. That's a classic. Hey, Coda Pigeon, thanks for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Gotta break the cycle today. Yeah, I honestly, I don't even know exactly. Okay, I guess we'll get into this now. Nice cock. That's a emote in the Twitch chat. So here we are. These are all. Hang on, let me get this back in. See, Twitch I can get into dark mode by turning this on. Oh, YouTube I can get into dark mode now because I've got this HUD now. There we go. Ew. So let's talk a little bit about last stream. Let's not turn it into a Wii lawsuit and make it into a Twisted Metal remote control WebRTC SFU controlled Raspberry Pi. Wise Wisdom MattKC. What do I do with my Tracerot Xbox? Does it still work? If it still works, then count your blessings and keep using it. If not, I'm not sure. Maybe parts. Twitch is better. Nice cock. So unfortunately, the emote doesn't come up on here because I don't have 7TV on this. Because this isn't a real browser. It's a web. It's like a little tool that I made to embed web browsers into. But Polgu sent me worked out a mod for Chatterino that lets you embed a YouTube chat into it. That would let me embed a YouTube chat into it. That might be what I start using because Chatterino will have all the 7TV emotes in it and shit like that. So that'll be fun. That'll be exciting. Send it to Matt to repair the traces. A new project repairing motherboard traces. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever fixed something by repairing traces. I mean, I know it's like not complicated, but I've seen other people do it, but I don't know if I've ever had a board where the problem was the traces, or at least not that I know of. Using it right now? Hell yeah. Oh, here we go. Got a super chat. It'll take a little bit to show up, probably. I have my bot polling the super chats every 10 seconds because I'm trying not to run out my quota too quickly. Maybe, but that's probably a little too slow. I could probably be a bit less conservative than that. Yeah, I could probably try for like every 5 seconds. Still hasn't shown up yet, but okay, I'll just read it. Whoopie Goman, thanks for the super chat. It says, hopefully not too personal, but was wondering, other than YouTube, day job, part-time, full-time, college, university, also wife/GF. YouTube is, I mean, it's honestly hard to describe my job. There it is.
Hopefully not too personal, but was wondering, other than YouTube, day job, part-time, full-time, college, university, also, life/GFXD.
XD? Do you have a GFXD? That's like the ultra version of a GF. So it's I have a really hard time describing what my job is. My job is kind of a YouTuber, but I don't upload that much at the moment. It's kind of doing like retro tech stuff. That being said, I mostly get paid. It's like a split between content creator and also like programmer. It's like both of those together form my job, and they only work with each other. One doesn't exist without the other. So I guess yeah, it's my full-time job. I don't do anything else. It's all stuff that's like in service of making videos or making, doing these tech projects or streaming. Everything I do is basically in service of that. Hype chest. What's this? Button mash emote. Well, congratulations, guys. Now you can button mash in my chat. You do like freelance? No, I don't. This is it. Content programmer. I just code for the content. I don't even like it. I don't even code in real life. I only pretend to code on the internet. Okay. So, let's go over last stream. So we've been trying for several days. In fact, more than pretty much half of these days have been dedicated to just getting video to show up on the Raspberry Pi. And not just any video. It's got to be hardware decoded, because otherwise, you know, the CPU on those things is not powerful enough to decode in real time. So it's got to be hardware decoded, and with no like software RGB conversion or anything like that. Most of this was spent doing that, and in fairness, it's because the Wii U stuff was actually worked out a long time ago. Yo, Grant1089, thanks for the Prime sub, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Oh, staring contest. Oh no. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Was there an actual was there a staring contest? When was that? For some reason I'm not getting my oh, there was. Okay, let me get to that later. First though, to be fair, it's because the Wii U gamepad stuff that happened a long time ago. That like the reason I announced this project in April and I'm still working on it is because I've been working on this. This is a Linux desktop implementation of the Wii U gamepad, and this works pretty much fully. It's not a there are some like control codes that we don't implement yet that still need to be either reverse engineered more or they just need to be like implemented properly. But for the most part, you can use this as a gamepad. It's not, and with the exception of the Steam Deck, there are not a lot of places where using using Linux desktop as a gamepad is a nice option. So that's what this part of the process is. It's taking what we've done already and turning that into and porting that over to the Raspberry Pi.
OS and why? Also big fan Matt.
Least favorite OS? Do you mean like OS family or like specific OS? If it's OS family, oh god. I mean, there are a lot of things I don't like about Windows. There are also some things I don't like about Mac OS, but it's probably more things I don't like about Windows. So as far as OS family goes, it's probably Windows. That being said, I'm not someone who says that no one should use Windows. I also think it's the most like convenient OS. I think for like the vast majority of people, they should be using like what has the most software, what has worked for the longest amount of time, and what everyone else is using, so that they can ask other people for help and get help easily. So I don't begrudge anyone for using Windows, but it is probably, and I have a lot of obviously I've styled this to look like XP. I have a lot of nostalgia for Windows. I just think that like to use them as like a power user, I have the least fun time using Windows probably. Ever plan to make a vid about modding 360s? Technically I have. On the Bytes channel I made some videos about 360s. I made a video about RGH3, my hair was shorter back then. Made a video about restoring the old 360 logo. Made a video about the some of the 360 homebrew that's been out recently, that's come out recently. I could be interesting to make a video on the hypervisor exploit that just got discovered.
Modding 360S.
360S? Hey.
Unix is cool, so hilarious, but modern Linux is fun.
I don't know much about 90s Unix apart from like I've played around with Next Step. That's about the most I've done as far as 90s Unix. But yeah, I'll bet. I mean, Unix, a lot of the stuff in Unix has been around for a really long time, so I'm sure it would be interesting to go back and try a really old stuff and see how I get around it. So yeah, but there are things I don't like about macOS as well, and then for the most part, there are things that like are understandable. Like I know why Apple makes a lot of the decisions they do. They just don't really work for me personally because I like to do a lot of like hacking around with my computer, and I like it to do a lot of specific stuff. I like it to have support for like wacky file systems and shit like that, and all of that just becomes a little bit harder on macOS, which is like comparatively a much more locked down OS. For like normal people, I think it's probably great. I'm just not normal. That's the problem. Okay. Let's do this staring contest. If you're new, you haven't seen this before, we do a staring contest, or we have a channel point redeem where we have a staring contest together. My current PB, I'm impressed actually. My current PB is 39 seconds, which is quite long, I have to say. It's longer than I would have expected me to be able to go for. So here we go. Ready? Okay, let's go. Steering time. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. Oh. Ah, fuck. 20.81. Not bad, not bad. Alright. Who beat me? Who beat me? I lost, no! Yes. Easy dub, I won. Fuck. Well, congrats to everyone who who won. Alright. No, haven't beat the PB yet, but you know, maybe next time, maybe next time. Can I DM you on Discord for a small chat and to talk about projects? I don't feel like getting banned, and I didn't really know if it's fine to do it or not. You could. I think the best way is probably to send me an email on my business@mattkc.com email address. That's usually where I receive like cold introductions in through. Thanks for the Prime sub, Poda Panda. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. Who said it to Metal Clang? Matt, a Switch would work as a gamepad. Oh yeah, I'm aware. I would love for the Switch to work as a gamepad. Sadly, if you type in !plan, then you can get access to this document that I've been working on the last couple of streams. Hey, Speesil, thanks for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly. Where I talk about kind of the different hardware that I'd like to use or like to get working and what the challenges and benefits to each are. And the Nintendo Switch is one of them. But the Switch has a Broadcom Wi-Fi adapter, which is full MAC, which is a problem because of this. And so I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's just complicated. And I think I'll give it a try sometime. We may have turning a Nintendo Switch into a Wii U gamepad day one through, I don't know how many days it's going to take. Hopefully not too many, but we'll see. And the phone is still an idea. If you remember in my announcement video, the phone is still something I'm thinking about. But I also felt like building one from scratch should also be an option. Should also be something that people can do. This is all going to be open source. It all is already open source. This stuff is already open source. So the idea is that you can build one of these at home, and you know, if you want a really cheap solution. And so I felt like the phone sidecar and the complete from scratch SBC, both of those projects had to exist, and I did a poll on day 0, or maybe it was day -1, that like, what do people want to see? Either creating one from scratch with a Pi, or working on the phone stuff. And the vote was, I think, 2/3 they wanted to see one from scratch with a Pi. So here we are. But we'll do the phone stuff soon. I still need to test out, and maybe we'll do this today. I got sent some custom firmware from Realtek for one of their microcontrollers that might get it to kind of help us connect the phone to the Wii U, but I haven't tried the firmware out yet, so I'd be interested to give that a go. Had no idea you were doing this. This could be huge if it works and is easy enough. It should be pretty doable once it's done. Like, it's hard for me to like start it from scratch, but once it's like once it's done, once it's ready to go, it should be fairly easy for like the average person to set it up. Mr. Realtek special source. Yeah, I was actually surprised because I've been making my case with them that like I need access to I need like a custom firmware in order to connect to the console. I haven't disclosed that it's a Wii U just in case they're like, "Ooh, we don't want to be involved in that." But I said, I have a specialized Wi-Fi application, and I need to get it to connect. but your existing firmware, it doesn't allow packets big enough that the Wii U, like the ones that the Wii U sends. And so I've been explaining this to them, and they said, instead of sending me source code, because they have this, supposedly if you like sign an NDA and shit like that, they will send you source code. And so I've been going through this process of like trying to get this NDA, and they were like, and instead of doing that, they just sent me the file, like they modified the source code themselves and sent me a build. I was like, holy shit. So I was surprised that they were putting that much effort in. So yeah, I have to give it a try before we go. Yes, the forums are down for now. Hopefully I'll get them up by tonight. We've just had a little bit of trouble with the web server this weekend. Will Vanilla connect to the Wii? It should be just as capable as the hardware gamepad. Big recap video for everyone after all this. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna make like a proper video, probably something along the lines of the .NET video. Also, maybe if I can like, if there's an editor out there, or like if I can work out a deal with an editor, maybe an editor could like get the or the key moments out of these streams and like cut all that together. Because I'm kind of like, in a way, we're kind of filming the video as I'm streaming. But my plan was to do like a bigger production again for this project at the end. But we'll see. Windows 7 Aero still looks amazing to this day. Every version after 8 still feels like a step backwards. I only think of 3 improvements: virtual desktops, Explorer tabs, and terminal app I would dual boot with if it was supported. Yeah, Aero is nice. I'd actually argue, and this might be a controversial opinion, I'd actually argue I think Vista Aero looks a little nicer than 7. It's just that obviously 7 had a much wider user base. But Vista had that, it was like slightly darker and edgier, and I kind of like that. Just me personally. How do you feel about the exploit stuff that was found for... Wait, he called me MattKC. MattKC, how do you feel about the exploit stuff with the thing that was found for the current 360 dash by Grim Doomer? I think it's really cool. I mean, I acknowledged, as he said, that it's not really... It's not really a proper soft mod. It doesn't like, you know, it's not like custom firmware. It doesn't, you can't boot into a modded state with it. You have to go through this process every time you want to run like homebrew. So it's not like, it's not a wonderful experience, but it's cool. Like, I'm always glad anytime someone's like...
If the Wii U was so good, how come they didn't make a Wii U?
Hang on a sec. Hey, thanks for the donation. The Wii was so good, how come they didn't make a Wii U? That's what I'm saying. Why didn't they make a Wii Wii? I don't know, but thanks for the donation, Jojo2K. I appreciate that. Hell yeah, thanks so much. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the 360 exploit. So it's not like it does not a soft mod make. However, I'm always glad to see like progress, because you see a lot of the time people say things that people say that things are like not possible. Like if you look up Stack Overflow threads from like 5-6 years ago, and like, how do you decompile something? Everyone's like, it is not possible. It cannot be done. And like, I know what they mean. Technically, you know, you can't just decompile something, but it is obviously possible to decompile software if you really want to. And so I'm always glad so I try to never say anything is impossible. I'll say things like, you know, it depends how much time you want to spend on it, how much of your limited years on this earth you want to spend on it. But I hesitate to say anything is impossible, because every time I feel like a lot of the time when people say things are impossible, they end up being possible. It ends up proven that they are possible later on. Anyway, so if it's slightly difficult, it's impossible. That's what most people say. Yeah, I know what they mean, because like chances are if you're asking that question, it's because you do want it to be something that can be done in an afternoon or something like that. No, you can't decompile something in an afternoon. But it may be just something about my personality. I personally, I don't like being told that things are impossible. And oftentimes I feel like I tend to, maybe I'm just optimistic. I tend to feel like most things are possible if you set your mind to them. It just takes you setting your mind to them.
Real tech when fake tech walks in.
Real tech when fake tech walks in. True! Thanks for the 100 bits, Sanga fan. I appreciate that. We Apple would like to talk to you. Oop. Oh dear. Those are the least helpful comments, just explain that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I always try and explain. Like, yeah. Okay. So, last stream, we got an interesting effect. We got the video to appear on the screen finally. But it was very flickery. It was strange looking. Like we got it displaying even pretty smoothly, but it was very flickery. Like it would go like every other frame pretty much. Can you tell my friend Marbles happy birthday? Happy birthday, Marbles. Just wanted to pop in and say I love this project and the work you're doing. Hey, thanks. Along with any other contributors, I've been a bit of a Wii U enthusiast since 2022, and I also happen to be a nerd. Hell yeah. Yeah, I hope this all works out. I hope it's, I mean, I think it will, but I'm excited for it.
Cheer 100, cheer 100. I've been watching your VODs at 1.5x speed to catch up, but my normal speed feels too slow. Could you talk faster and speed up the music for me?
Yeah, no problem, man. Anyway, so 60 FPS video output straight from the hardware decoder saying, well, day 8, last stream, the big breakthrough is overriding that. No, sorry, I can't. I'm not actually very good at sleeping at speaking very quickly. So sorry about that. I guess you can always do something else and then watch the VOD later. Sleeping. I don't know why I said sleeping. It's a Freudian slip because I'm tired. Maybe. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So yeah, I had a theory that like the text console was like interfering with the flickering. I want to see, maybe I can bring up an example from the last stream. So if I go to VODs, day 9, and we show like what it looked like. Why does it think I want to watch baseball? Oh, whoops, I accidentally went next. Here we go. So this is what it looked like. Epilepsy warning. It was flickering, yeah, basically every other frame. Yeah. So, and I had some theories, and I joked at the end of that stream, I was like, just watch me figure this all out like 20 minutes after the stream. Well, it wasn't 20 minutes, it was like 2 hours after the stream, but I did actually figure it out. At the risk of making this a very anticlimactic stream, I did some work off stream, and I figured this out. Hey bro, I heard you like baseball, apparently. Okay, so let's go flop over to the Raspberry Pi. No, off stream. I'm sorry, guys. I just no, I didn't cheat. I'm sorry. Mining off camera, off stream mining. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Let me get the Pi back.
Wii U, I look just like Buddy Holly.
Wait. Oh, Wii U, I look just like Buddy Holly. Hey, thanks Weezer/Figgy2112. Thanks for the prime sub, I really appreciate that. So, delete it and do it again. Oh no. Sorry guys. I just couldn't get it out of my head. I just really wanted to figure it out. So so I just kept looking at it. Um My trust has been irreparably bad. I'm sorry, guys. No, I'm not Cly. I'm still Clive. I was joking when I said you were going to fix it off stream. Okay, what I'll at least do is I'll at least show you what the what was going on. Get some more music. We've run out of eShop music. We'll play some more Wii U music for now. It's pretty fun. Parental controls. I knew it was eShop. Yes, it was eShop. I have a couple like game-related soundtracks on here that I like to pull from. Okay. So, I'm sorry I deprived you. I've been edging you this whole time, and I deprived you of the climax. The flickering was actually pretty simple, and I want to see, maybe I can find like evidence to back this up. How do you get those soundtracks? They were probably all got from either archive.org or KH Insider. So here's what I did. Here's the climax for you. I know I've spoiled it for you. I'm sorry. I apologize. So the climax is, why was it flickering? It turns out it didn't really have anything to do with the text. I was concerned because, you know, when you saw that, like, I would see when it would flicker, you would see the text behind the image, and I was like, does that mean the text is like overwriting the image? Hey,
I just got here. What are we edging over? I want him.
We're edging over me fixing this flickering issue. So it was fairly straightforward. I just kind of got this idea that after I deleted... So whenever we drew a new frame onto the screen, I would delete the old frame buffer and delete the old handles and all of that. Then I'd make a new frame buffer and set that onto the screen. Now, I had this theory that, you know, maybe, like once I kind of played around with a few more things, I kind of determined that it probably was not text interfering. It seemed very plausible with the behavior of like the text kind of overwriting the screen. But it seems that was not the case, and someone mentioned that like the text shouldn't be updating unless something changed, and it is true that like if you, I know we've done this experiment before, which is something like if you cat random to the frame buffer, it like fills it out, and like it only, as you can see, it only redraws the stuff that's being changed in real time. It doesn't go back and redraw any of the old stuff. So I was kind of like, okay, well, maybe the text is not interfering with it then. And what I kind of realized as I was testing, we have a FPS counter built into this thing. And I realized that the FPS was exactly like 29.97, which is like exactly half of 59.94, which is the NTSC version of 60 FPS. And I was like, okay, so why are we skipping every second frame? And my theory was maybe when I delete this frame buffer, maybe this like takes an entire frame to do. Because I know that when we did set plane, which is how we put the frame buffer onto the screen, this function is always v-synced. It always blocks for the next v-sync. So I was wondering, maybe one of these does that too. Maybe we're blocking twice, and that's why, you know, we delete this frame, and that takes maybe it takes a frame to delete the old frame, and before we show you the next frame. So what I did was I basically just worked through it to get the to move the delete code after we set the new frame. So we set the frame. So rather than delete the old frame and then show the new show a new frame on the screen, we show the new frame and then delete the old frame. Hell yeah! Another 2 minutes of as when he's explaining. Oof. I guess I'll hold out a little bit. Windows XP. Thanks for the super chat, Minic Pro. I really appreciate that. Sorry, the alert will show up at some point. So this seems to have done it. This seems to have been the solution. Hey,
Windows XP.
there it is. Oh, I like how Sam even had an XP. Like he's trying his best to replicate all those question marks and exclamation marks. Arg. Hey, thanks Brutus50. Thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thanks for the 2 months. Okay, so with all that out of the way, let's finally connect to the Wii U. MattKC. My dad actually owned a Miata briefly. It was not called a Miata, it was called a MX-5 in Australia, but okay, so we're connected to the Wii U. Hey, Goku Works, thanks for the Prime sub, I appreciate it. Thanks for the 8 months. Thanks, I really appreciate that. I also found that because we print so much, it actually does help performance a lot to output to dev null. So here we are. This is 60 FPS video, roughly, as you can see. Let's play some games, shall we? Any interest in channel merch? Good luck with this project, Matt. Hey, we've done shirts before, but they didn't sell very well. And I was trying to like keep the price pretty low. Here we go. Yeah, look at that! It's a Raspberry Pi being a gamepad. I'm sorry that I deprived you of the real climax. Oh, there is also, it can be a little bit like disconnecty sometimes. This just works now. Kind of. Let me start it again. Oh, hang on. No, I know what happened. We need to increase the UDP buffer size. There we go. So yeah, this just works now. Flickering also fixed FPS? Kind of. I mean, I think it was already basically... Okay, so it's a little glitchy right now. That's perhaps something we'll work on today. Hang on, let me also, let me output everything to... Yeah. So, no climax before NNN, no. But it's pretty good looking. Like, for the most part, it's running at 60 FPS now. There is, like, we get some connection issues, as you can see. There is definitely a bit of latency still. So, if I show the Wii U side by side, you can see there's not quite a second of latency. I think it was always running at 60 FPS. The reason it was running at like 29.97 is we were like accidentally consuming an entire V-blank, something like that. Maybe it was, yeah, I'm not entirely sure which of these functions was like consuming an extra V-blank, or if any of them were. But yeah, that's by moving the remove after the set instead of before it. Like we remove the old frame buffer, like we show the new frame buffer, and then we delete the old one, and then set that into the context at the very end rather than before. Ant Venom, is Ant Venom in chat? Shit, I missed it. Well, welcome in, Ant Venom. Oh, Ant Venom is in YouTube chat. Hey, GG. Hey, thanks, Ant Venom. Appreciate it. So yeah, This is so, and then sometimes that will happen, and I have some theories as to why I mean, it's pretty obvious why that happens. It's because we're dropping some UDP packet, but the weird thing is we don't realize that we're dropping a UDP packet. So I'm gonna spend some time, I think, looking at that. And there is a little bit of latency. Yeah, let's play some Mario Kart 8. So on the right is the display straight from the Wii U, and on the left is the Raspberry Pi as a gamepad. Latency is going to be the really annoying thing to fix. Probably. I actually genuinely don't even know where to start with that, but we'll find out. So there's some latency. That's not quite a second. It's probably about half a second, I want to say. We can kind of eyeball it here. So if I press like single player, it's like, yeah, so it's like there are some frames of latency and some like missing packets that cause the video to corrupt. So it's not perfect, but it's pretty damn close. How is regular vanilla's latency as a Pi? As far as I know, on desktop it's perfectly fine. I've never experienced significant latency on desktop. We're dropping a UDP pack, and the entire point of UDP. Yeah, but Nintendo has a bunch of stuff in their protocol that like checks. It's like they faked non-UDP over UDP. They have a bunch of stuff to like acknowledge packets and to make sure to determine if the packets arrived in order or not. And so we do use some of that stuff, but clearly either we're not using it correctly, or maybe something else is happening, something goofy is going on. Faked TCP. I didn't want to say that because I don't know if it qualifies for like all of the things that TCP qualifies for. But they have a bunch of like error handling and sequence checking and stuff in their protocol. So we get kind of an idea of like if we dropped UDP packets or not. But for some reason we're not picking it up in this scenario. What if there was an app that could convert the Wii U gamepad into an IP web address so you could just enter 192.168.192 and get a Wii U gamepad in your browser? I don't know if that would work. I mean, well, you'd still need a bunch of like hardware. Like you'd still need a compatible Wi-Fi adapter at the very least. And then you need to do stuff like DHCP and opening UDP sockets. I don't know if all of that can be done in a browser. Unless, like, you'd need some kind of backend program. Nintendo Datagram protocol. Yeah, so... yeah, you need a server. So you could probably make something that, like, piped the feed into the game, into the browser, I mean. But yeah. Why do you unlist YouTube streams after they end? This has been a question people have asked a lot. And the answer is I don't, but I have the setting turned on. YouTube has a setting that says like unlist streams when they're done. And I have that on because like 2 years ago when I first streamed on YouTube, everyone complained that I was spamming their sub feed with streams. So I turned that on and I've never turned it off. I'm kind of afraid to turn it off because I feel like I wonder if I'm concerned people will complain again. And besides, we already have them all in the playlist. Like they're all available. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm just like, last time people complained that when they were set to public, so I haven't set them to public. They count as videos on your channel, and if they don't perform well, it can harm your channel. YouTube's not smart. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing I've heard. I don't even know, like, I feel like when it comes to like the YouTube algorithm, it's such a black box that even YouTube doesn't even like necessarily know what it's doing half the time. So that's the other thing, is that like, if people ignore them, like if they ignore that video, then it looks like the algorithm might look at that and think, oh, no one liked this video, this guy's falling off. And it's like, well, it wasn't a video, you know, and they may not necessarily differentiate them. So yeah. Would a channel in the Discord for VOD links help? I don't know. I don't know if people. I don't know if it's a I don't know if Discord is an intuitive place to find them either. I mean, I've tried to like make them as visible as possible by like they're in the VODs are in the description, and they're supposed to show up on my channel homepage. I don't know if they do. They're supposed to show up in this playlist, but I don't know if they do. But yeah, other than that, I'm not sure. Hey, Laser Drifter, thanks for the Prime sub, I appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I'm seeing some mild data moshing. Yeah, for sure. We're definitely losing some UDP packets along the way. And it's not just that we're losing them, it's also... so I have code here. Here. There's code that both I've written and that I stole from DRC Sim that checks like whether all the packets arrived in sequence, and like I try to be tolerant to like packets arriving out of order, so I like try and join them up here based on their sequence ID. Hey, Calavera40, thanks for the Prime sub, I appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. So yeah, presumably if we're getting corruption at all, it's because some of these checks are failing, or maybe like we're getting the correct sequence, but maybe it's maybe the data itself is corrupt, like the payload. Maybe we're getting an incomplete payload. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Staring contest time. Was there another staring contest? I don't think so. I would make like a Google Doc with dates, links, and descriptions that's pinned in several places. That sounds like, I mean, I already have a Google Doc. I guess but like, if I'm like rewatching my streams and like pinpointing all the things, I feel like that's a lot of time commitment. Are the I, B, and P frames being decoded correctly and in order? Yeah, they should be. This also isn't a problem on desktop, which is also kind of unusual, that like, this only seems to happen on the Pi. I mean, I guess maybe it's possible that it happens on desktop too. I think it's going to be more likely to be something like... No, I'm not sure really. I mean, the staring contest is using a live split and has all the data in it. Oh, yeah, the staring contest. I don't know. I've probably missed something, but I do have my live split keeps track of my PBs and shit like that. Performance related? It could be. So hang on, I saw something earlier. Could the latency potentially just be a distance related? The gamepad does the same thing at a certain distance. It shouldn't be. The distance between the Wi-Fi and the Wii U is about like this much. I want to say that's like 3 feet. That's probably less than most, like the distance from most like couches to the TV. Corruption? Yeah, it's definitely some kind of corruption. What it is it's like, because the way that like H.264 is decoded is that there are very few complete frames. Most of it is just like, most frames are just the difference between the last frame and the next frame. So if any one of those frames gets kind of screwed up, then it's going to be acting on that as if it was correct. It's going to be like, if one frame is corrupt, it'll just keep kind of like applying the later modifications to that corrupt frame. That's why there's corruption. So we're losing something along the way, but yeah, we don't seem to know that we're losing something along the way. At least we think. Yeah, Vanilla believes that they're all coming in order and that we didn't miss anything along the way. you have any high power device between the Wii U and Recover? Like the... Not really, it's my keyboard, I mean, the microphone. That's really it, as far as like stuff between the two. We don't notice the data mosh. Receiver, yeah, gotcha. No, not really. It's really just the microphone and the keyboard here, because the Wii U is here, and the Wi-Fi is here. So they're basically like this should be the path, pretty much. Like iframe loss. Maybe. It kind of like, you can see like where it gets an iframe when it, or it gets a full frame when it suddenly magically becomes good again. Like right now it's pretty corrupt. And then at some point it'll get a new... But like if it's getting this far, it thinks it's getting all the frames, or it thinks it's passing this sequence check that like we're getting all the frames in order. What keyboard do you use? I've heard some secretly generate power. I mean, it's not a... It's just a basic... Well, it's not basic. It's a Logitech mechanical keyboard, but I don't think that's it. I don't think it's interference. I think it's something... I think it's going to be something about either performance or memory or something like that. I wonder what... Oh, you know what? We can probably set up some things to be like we might be able to set some flags to do 0 latency in the decoder. I wonder if that'll help at all. Well, it's not flickering anymore. Multiple frames at the same time. I don't see it tearing. I believe the function we're using is a v-synced function. Hey Matt, did you hear that the new Shadow game is actually good, like unironically so? Is it out? I didn't know it was out. I mean, I'll give it a go. It's the Generations, like, remaster, right? Launched a few days ago. Gotcha. That's cool. I'll have to take a look at it. I did not hear that, but, you know, I'll have to give it a try. Does it have de nouveau in it? Please do it so good. Hell yeah. It does, I know. Cringe. True. The flow of the data coming in seems good. Looks like missed iframes. Could the packet size for iframes be so high that they're causing issues? Yeah, I think we'll just have to get some more data and find out. It is certainly true that yeah, so if we run this... I wonder if it's screwing up specifically because of this. Hang on, let me print everything to a file. Okay, so we've gotten some glitches. Let me look at the log now. Okay, that actually makes sense to me. So, do you see this log message that says skipped event to prevent rollover? What that means is, that's an error message from the vanilla library that I wrote. What that means is so vanilla has like an event loop, and it has like, I don't know, I think it has 20 events, and like it'll push stuff onto a queue, and then the front end is supposed to like consume events from the queue. The problem is, if it like fills up that queue and the front end hasn't consumed these, then it doesn't really know what to do other than to discard like the old stuff. So probably if we're getting these skipped event to prevent rollovers, what that probably means is we are, well, we are indeed probably skipping frames, which would definitely cause the kind of corruption that we're getting. People are making R34 of you? Oh no. You can save the raw frames to an H64 file. I know, Vanilla already does that. Pro controller controlling it through the Pi. It's a Pro controller. The Pi doesn't have any controls yet. Though maybe I should add some. How to mitigate issues with rollover? I mean, what it means is that, hang on, let's, this'll be fun. Let's see what our CPU usage is like while we're doing this. Oh no. How do I, Oh, I guess I could, here's what I'll do. I was like, how do I get CPU stuff to show? I'll just, oh wait, no I can't. I can't SSH into it either, because it's connected to the Wii U right now. Yeah. I can't top. Yeah. What a conundrum. Well, what I can do is, I can edit the code and move it over to the side. It doesn't have to draw it at 0, 0. It can draw it. No, if I change the terminal, it's still like, you can see there is a terminal behind this. It's just covered up. So if I did top, all the high CPU stuff is at the top. I can't see it. Hey, Josh Farm Pig, thanks for the 12 months. I appreciate that. For a whole year. Hell yeah. Does your Pi has screen installed? No. I think what I'll have to do is I think I'll just have to change my apps to move it over a little bit. No biggie. I don't mind doing that. So we'll go here. I'll even run btop and put top at the bottom. Not btop tmux. Yeah, I could probably do that. I'd have to... I've never used tmux before, so I'd have to figure out how to use it. I'd have to quit the thing so I can get like internet access. Okay. Tmux split screen. Okay. Control plus B plus double quote? Does that mean I have to press shift, or does it just mean single quote? I always get confused when like... okay. Control B... Is there a way to cap the CPU usage from proc? I think there's a way. I don't know. I'll figure this out. I guess I could just Emux split window HF? No? Do I have to run that once it's running? Okay, that's probably good enough. Alright. Cool. Let's see what our CPU usage looks like, because I suspect if it's getting like, if we're skipping the events, I suspect that we might be running out of CPU cycles. Oof. Hang on, let me, I'll I'll just write everything to a log file. There's also a lot of logging going on. Probably removing some of that would help. So we got 56% on Vanilla Pi. Actually, not too bad. Oh, that being said, hang on. I'm gonna get it to update a little more quickly. Okay. Yeah, it's about the same. It hasn't really changed. 70%, 72%. So we're using a fair bit of CPU right now. Not 100% though. How much could the file I/O be affecting the performance? Like the log file, maybe a little bit. Well, it could be. That's something I'll probably, because now that we've done all this, like, I have all this logging stuff in there. I can probably remove that. Hey, thanks H Nettle. Thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So I can get rid of a lot of these print lines now. That's probably the thing we should do first. Let's do that right now because I have so much decoding output right now. Okay. You didn't do the staring contest from like 30 minutes ago? I did do a staring contest. It's pretty much maxing out the CPU though if you count for the other processes too. Maybe. I wasn't really looking at the other processes, but yeah, it's probably something like that we are. Or even, like, it doesn't even have to max out the CPU all the time. Even if it only happens occasionally, like, that'll be enough to cause some corruption. Enough to be, like, visible. So... Okay, so first, let's get rid of a bunch of these, I've got a bunch of printfs that we don't need anymore. Like these, yeah. I was doing some tests before. Just one more core would make such a difference? Yeah, probably. Probably. What else do we print? I'll have to go and check. Like, so first, let's get my cross-compiling Docker up. Just one more core. Guys, just one more core. It'll solve everything. So, and then get my SCP line up. Yep, should be good. What's this? Oh yeah, I need to, hang on. I need to add EU dev to the, libraries. Can you test, like, the ping latency between the Pi and the Wii U just to be sure it's not weird networking? I think we can ping the Wii U from the Pi. We can give that a go. Okay, I also need to add EU dev, I think. I don't know what the network level latency actually is. It is a good question, really. Alpine still has ARM-HF? It does. Looking back, in retrospect, we didn't really need to use our Alpine. We could have done all this with Raspbian. I don't think it necessarily would have made a difference. Like, it's turned out none of the problems that we've run into have been because of Alpine. But it may have been easier to just go with what everyone was used to and then, like, build a custom distro at the end rather than doing it the other way around, like trying to find a minimal distro and then build something on top of that. All right, so yeah. Alpine is removing support for ARMHF soon. Big problem for all three post-Market OS users. Interesting. That's unfortunate. Ew, Raspbian, even build root is better. I know. I'm just saying, this was not like the final thing. I mean like just for development, it might have been easier to stick with like the standard platform, even though it doesn't seem like it necessarily caused any problems as far as we know. Actually watching this from an Alpine machine? Damn, you actually main Alpine? Almost certain the CPU is melting. Vanilla is only using 70%, but it seems like with the other services, Stereo is 100%. Yeah, quite possibly. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. There's like 9%, 5%, 4%, 3, 2, 2. That probably does add up to roughly like, yeah, roughly 30% or so, 25 at least. No, it would be about 30. So yeah, it looks like you're actually 100% right with all the other stuff that's running. It does look like it's basically CPU is maxed. H-top will give you a total. We can try H-top. I think you want to try it on a more powerful machine. I mean, part of this was specifically trying to get it on the lowest powered machine I could, because if it works on here, it'll work on anything, right? So, I'm not giving up just yet. Do I have H-top? No, I'd have to install it separately. That's fine. All I wanted to really do was just see how much more, like, stuff we're printing. Not really much anymore. Oh, and suddenly we've run out of CPU cycle and we're doing a bunch of event skipping. Is it running out of CPU or buffer space? And any of these events that you don't need to care about? I think an event is always something that the front end needs to handle. It's always something like video or audio. I mean, I think it's either video, audio, or controller vibration. I think those are the main 3 events that the front end receives. Let's see. Let's ping the console real quick. Ping is pretty good, honestly. I also want to know if, like, does the Raspberry Pi's hardware decoder have, like, latency? Does gamepad have rumble? Yes, it does. Memory leak? We could take a look at memory as well. I don't think it's memory, because, like, let's see. It seems in this scenario, Tmux is taking a bunch of CPU usage, which is not helpful. Or something Tmux is taking a bunch of CPU usage, or maybe that's just like, maybe that includes vanilla, because it's like, maybe it's encapsulating it or something. We're reliably getting frames? Yeah. Like 98% reliably. Hang on, when like all the shit isn't running. Hang on. Yeah, when all the shit isn't running, it's fairly reliable. But we are getting a lot of these, which is not good. Check the Google results. Someone said they get 300 milliseconds of decode latency. Yeah, I saw that. Well, I haven't... I didn't look at it closely, but I did notice that. I don't even know if we have B frames. We talked about this in an earlier stream. Like, the Wii U may have never used B frames, but I don't exactly know. Keep in mind, none of this is talking about the Pi Zero. That is true. How much RAM does the gamepad have? Not much, I don't think. I know with like X264, you can set like a flag to like get it to decode. There's like a zero latency mode of some kind. I don't know if we get that with this decoder though. Oh no. Not a Linux copy pasta. What's the plan for today? I guess I haven't written one out, but I guess the plan is I mean, there are a couple things we can probably do for sure. Like, we can probably get, I'd be interested in, would be interested in trying to get audio gamepad support working. Video core 6 may have totally different characteristics than 5 in terms of decode latency. Sure, I could believe that. Get audio and gamepad support working. Is real-time decoding possible? Now I'm pretty sure now there is no way to achieve very low or zero latency on the Pi. Really? Less than 1 second latency? I'd prefer it to be a lot less than 1 second. Profiling with Valgrind? We can try. From my tests with the 720p H.264, the Pi is capable of better than real-time decoding. It can decode video faster than presentation interval. Yeah, I mean, it's not, like, it's not dropping frames from a decoding standpoint. It's just, here's something I'd love to test. So if we, something I'd be interested in testing is if, like, if that CPU usage includes the decoding or not. In theory, it shouldn't. But what happens if we don't have decoding? Your best bet is to start looking into if there's any stupid mistakes that mean you're not processing packets fast enough. Yeah, I feel like this is probably solvable in software. Yeah, but what I'd be interested in doing is just some like just go around and disable some functionality, or I could try. I guess I could probably do a perf test. That could be interesting. We have perf on here. Could try that. There's not over 100 changes to be committed for once. I'm proud of you. There never have been. It's only because I added more folders to the git ignore. Like that's why that's where the hundreds of changes came from. It's because I have like build directories in here that weren't in git ignore. But like I only changed like 3. I'm only working on like 3 files at the moment. Okay. So what I'd be interested in doing is like if I just turn off the display thread, what kind of CPU, is it the same or is it significantly less? I'm just curious about that. RPi02 is like 15 euros here in Germany. Why not use that and get a good boost in performance? I mean, really it's what I said before, which is just like, I wanted to, I think it would be nice to get it running on like a really low power platform, because if it runs on that, then we know it will run on everything. Of course, if it turns out it can't run on this, then sure, that makes sense. Why not just get something a little bit faster? But it's kind of like, not necessarily an intentional challenge, but it's kind of a, I chose low-spec hardware on purpose. I don't see 100% CPU usage at any point. I could see the argument that, like, combined with the other processors, it probably did add up to 100%. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We don't know. We only know so much right now. So I commented out the display loop, and we're still having some. Hang on. How do I do this again? Last time I used the command, but I'm trying to like. Oh. Okay, cool. Well, interestingly enough, the CPU usage is it is lower when we're not displaying anything on the screen. It dropped, it was like at 70-something%, and now it's at like 40-something%. Lowest common denominator, guaranteed performance on better hardware. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. Will it run on Wii Linux? The Wii is about half the performance of the Pi Zero. Also, big Indian PowerPC, as well as the lack of functioning GPU drive may be a challenge. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I feel like unless there's some hardware decoding you can get on the Wii, I feel like that might be a bit problematic. It's just a trade-off of it being easy and losing the will to live. You're not wrong. Okay. So that was interesting. See that the CPU is fine. It did like bump up a bit, but I know what you mean. We can look a little bit further into what might be, so basically it's it works through where's the loop? Run backend. Yeah, basically we have this, which is Yeah, basically it just runs this in a while loop, but there is like, I wonder if there's a way to... Oh, I should also check memory usage. That's also something I should see, because it's quite possible like there's a memory leak somewhere. What were people recommending? People have been saying like H-top and B-top. I don't know what any of these are. Does H-top give me memory usage? If there's no event, you sleep the thread until you get one. Yes, that's the idea at least. As it does await. Beware of the alloc gators. Okay, let's have a look at memory real quick. H-top is much better than this. B-top. B-top is H-top but fancier. B-top is cute but like not good at being small. Okay. Well, let's try H-top in that case. See what we get. How about Sir Topham? Sir Topham hat. Oh no. Yeah, for some reason I don't think I've ever tried B-top or H-top. I've probably tried H-top because this looks familiar. But yeah, I'm not sure. Top on these nuts. Now that's one I can get behind. Okay. Oh. The Wii U soundtrack is making noises at me. Alright. Well, it seems to have caught up this time. That's nice, at least. So I guess, is that each thread? That's kind of fancy. Memory looks acceptable, as far as I can tell. We've got, I guess that's... Configure CPU temp display. I don't know how to do that. So I'm gonna guess one of these top two threads is the display thread and the other is the decoding thread. Something we could do, I don't know if it's worth doing on something like this. We could try it though, which is... I don't know actually, I don't know if that's a good idea. I was gonna say, like, when we consume events from the event queue, we do that within the same thread that we do the decoding. So I guess it's possible for the backend to like push a bunch of events on while something's being decoded. Maybe it would be better to split this onto a separate thread. I don't know if that would make a huge difference or not. You try just reading events, not doing anything else? Sure. I mean, we can just comment out this and then we'll print something. We'll just say got event of type sent I. Event.type. Size, why not? How much work is that? Putting this onto a new thread? It's doable. It's not too bad. Bro is gonna max out CPU on printing? Maybe. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits. Zero.
Tier 100.
Hit F2 on the first screen, scroll a bit down. Oh, hang on. F2. Oh. F2. Scroll a bit down and hit space on display CPU temperature. Is it in meters? Or is it in display options? Oh. Also shows CPU temperatures. Okay. Cool. Did that... Where is that? Oh, look at that. CPU does look like it's hitting 100%. It probably won't show on the Pi Zero. I could believe that. Okay. Well, so let's just print events and see what happens. LibSense is very x86 based. Because of the log spam. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Okay. Temp is NA because either libsense isn't installed or can't find it. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll try adding it. If it's not here, then we won't worry about it. LM sensors? Is that what we want? Or is it not here? Anyway. LibSensors only really works on x86. Yeah, I could believe that. Meanwhile, well, I can touch the CPU and let you know how hot I think it is. It's alright. It's the temperature of like a warm shower, which I would guess would be about probably 45 Celsius or something like that. Like a slightly, definitely on the warmer, hotter end of a shower. It is LM sensors. I'll just add it just see. But yeah, I imagine there's a chance it's okay. Yeah, it's not too hot to the touch. It's like moderately warm. MattKC. You have a passive heatsink on it? I do actually. I don't know how much of a difference it makes because it's pretty small, but you know. libKC goes hard. What would be in libKC? Probably a Growbold generator. Okay. Alright. Well, consuming events seems to be okay. We haven't got like... yeah, one of the threads, the CPU usage has gone down. I'm gonna guess that was the thread being used for decoding. We are using 100% CPU. I guess tmux is most of that. If I like output it to nothing, what kind of CPU usage do we get? It's alright. Tmux going insane again. Yeah. It's certainly much more acceptable this way. You know what it is? Basically unchanged. There's like one of the threads was a lot, is like less. But it is true that, what if we just get it not printing anything? Printing logs in general are pretty time consuming, sure. So if I just have it like, just do nothing, like not even print anything, what happens? Recommend OCing the Pi and see if that'll give you some room. Yeah, we'll see. I consider that kind of like a more, not a last resort, but closer to a last resort. How much time you're spending waiting on mutexes? It could be something like that. Is an empty while loop legal in C? I know it isn't in C++. Well, it compiled. I don't know if that means it'll get... No, it shouldn't get optimized out. Head the OS is going to preempt one of your threads, then switch to the other without the mutex releasing. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the Wii U is on. Install Raspberry Pi utils VC Gen CMD and run VC Gen CMD measure temp. I think the temperature's probably okay. I mean, we can do that later on. It does seem like... I don't know which thread is which, unfortunately. Because last time there were 2 threads that were like roughly 12%. And I don't know if one of those threads has gone down to 8% or if it's gone down to like 1% or like 4%. I don't know which of the threads used to be the 12% one. The Pi CPU temperature is stored in a fake file somewhere that you can read as basic text? Maybe. P thread set name. I wonder, I think I'm using SDL threads. Oh, I guess it's both. Like the library uses P threads and the front end, the Pi front end uses SDL threads. But there's probably a way to do it still. Oh, I did give it a name. Huh. But I guess maybe these aren't the same. At the very least, can probably change some of these. Try running perf. There was a rollover. Yeah, we should try running perf, honestly. There is a rollover, yeah. Gosh, it's been a minute since I've used perf. We can probably get rid of the htop for now while we do perf stuff. There was a rollover. That is kind of interesting. I'm sure there are things I could, I'm sure there are, like, optimizations I can still make. Okay, good. Just wanted to check that we are actually building a release build. We are. That's helpful. Apparently we're even building 03. That's cool. Oh no, we're building 02, because we're building rel with debinfo. I wonder if 03 would be any faster. I wonder if it's worth giving that a go. Don't say perf like that. What, like how it's spelled? Right, hang on. Glass. Thermal zone 0 temp. Is that in Kelvin? I keep thinking you're saying Perth. I'm saying perf. I'm saying Perth, but with like a lisp. With 03 and empty while true will probably be deleted. Yeah, I mean, I test it with the proper loop. 46,000 degrees Celsius. Damn, no way. O-fast is technically the fastest, but it introduces a lot of unsafe math. Probably just make things worse. Alright, well. Maybe we'll try it later. If, once we've exhausted more other things. I mean, I think it would be interesting, but probably not a high priority right now. He's saying puff? Why am I'm not saying puff. This is a completely different word. Yo! Hey, thanks for the super chat. Hang on, it'll read it eventually. It's millidegrees, 56.540 C. Wow, so if that's true, if it actually is, my estimation of like 45 degrees Celsius is pretty close. Okay. So...
Zero idea about what's going on.
There it is.
But hey, it's Matt.
Hey, thanks for the super chat. It's Matt, it's a me. Real quick, because I am curious. So if I turn these into P threads, and then name them, maybe we can get a bit more insight into which thread is which. What was it again? Set name. Oh, do we not have it? Is it in a different, maybe it's in a different header. No, apparently not. Huh. Did we not get access to this? Hang on. So, what if I compile that in Pi land? Does that make any difference at all? Going to enable thread names in htop. Oh, show custom thread names. I wonder if that works for the SDL threads that I made. Okay. Oh, that is a temperature, isn't it? It says 47 degrees Celsius. Hey, not bad. I'm surprised that actually works. Why are you using... Oh, it's because I wanted to try a different method of setting a name, but it seems like we may not be able to do that anyway. You can run perf top to see runtime stats. I assume, do I have to run something with it? Like... No. Ah. Oh. Interesting. It literally profiles the entire system. I guess we lack something on the hardware to allow this to happen. This looks like a Wii U gamepad to me. It makes the sounds and everything. True. Oh, my bad. I missed a bunch of YouTube chat. Okay, so... Alright. Like I said, it's been a little while since I've used anything perf related. Get how to like get the... Okay, I'm just gonna Google it real quick. All right. Does perf stat tell you anything? Let's see. Perf record. That's what I probably want. Yeah. Apparently it doesn't say anything. Or is that, am I supposed to run that while... you probably mean I'm supposed to run that while I'm doing the vanilla stuff. Okay. Just to be sure. Perf stat needs a command. Oh, okay. Why do you keep... What? Poof. I'm not saying poof. I'm saying... Excuse me for not being American and not saying perf. I don't know what do you expect from me. All right. So this is still the one with no decoder. Or no doesn't do any event loop stuff. I think in theory it is... Yeah, in theory this should be doing something. I'm not entirely sure what to make of that. Oh, interesting. Tasty context switches. Yeah, is that a lot? That's... I'm not entirely sure what a pie should have or not. Today is a fail day, Matt. Don't try too hard. Thanks, man. I mean, today I haven't even really got a... I still haven't really got a defined goal for today. It's just kind of like make it better. Try and get things, the things to run a little smoother. And also do perf record call graph if you compile the symbols to get nicer output. That does sound like what I want, but I'm getting like... Oh, I'm supposed to give it information. Mode? I don't know what mode. But either way, it doesn't seem to like... Doesn't seem to be very happy. Says try perf stat, but didn't it give me the same error when I tried perf stat? Pronounces like an exasperator. Okay, how am I supposed to pronounce it? Send me a YouTube video of like how you expect me to pronounce it, because I don't know what to. I don't know how else I'm supposed to pronounce it. Like, do you want me to pronounce it with the hard R, or do you want me to like not just how am I? How else do you pronounce it if you don't pronounce it with the hard R? Say it like the first half of the word performance. 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 Puff. That's more like a puff. That's more than what you were complaining about. It's an interesting sentence. Oh no, not the hard R. I only say perf with a hard R. Anyway. Didn't it? Yeah, when I said perf stat, Or is perf stat the one that needs a... Oh yeah, that's the one that needs a that's the system-wide one. Can I get like... I can't get like function calls with this, can I? Hard R. I mean, a hard R just means you actually pronounce the R. Like, it doesn't always have to be in reference to one specific word. But yes, I I know what I said. Perf record, then perf report, isn't it? But it complained when I did that. It was like... It says, PMU hardware doesn't support sampling overflow interrupts. Which I don't entirely know what that means, but I guess what it means is that there's some hardware feature missing to do this. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I remember I tried using Valgrind on here. Or like I installed Valgrind. Because there's like call grind that I could potentially use. But I remember I installed it and then like it's like not... Hang on. Is it not there? Maybe it's another thing that like doesn't compile for ARMHF. We have to keep in mind we're dealing with a slightly primitive CPU architecture here. Okay, well, let's see. What else can we do? I mean, yeah. So something I can do potentially is I can. Yeah, it's weird that I technically already give these things names, but they don't show up in HTOP. I could potentially move the decode to another thread. It would be interesting to... I can do an informal check of like how long this function takes. Okay, Matt, I have a fun idea for you. The most fun idea you'll ever hear. I can't wait. I'll do a really informal, like... Define pthread mutex unlock. Oh no, are we are we getting rid of mutexes altogether? Is that Is that under the assumption that there are no hardware threads, so like what could possibly go wrong? That will absolutely implode. Oh dear. But maybe it'll be fast! I guess is that the rationale? Still interrupting threads? That's what I assumed, but I don't know exactly when. I guess it depends on when it happens, right? Spending a lot of time waiting on mutexes. Something I wondered was maybe like, because every time we call wait event, it locks the mutex and then unlocks it. I was wondering if there was like if maybe there's a way to like only lock once and then like we can consume a bunch of events and then unlock it like when we're done, rather than locking it and unlocking it every single time. That's something I was thinking of too. It'll probably run for a bit. So this is nothing. All I did here was just, I wanted to see how, how many milliseconds do we actually devote to decoding a frame. Oh, I probably also should have done a timer on like how many milliseconds are we waiting to get an event. The fastest mutexes? I don't know if I trust clicking on this link. Did I get them backwards? Why is it? How could it take negative 20 milliseconds? Hang on. I did, I put it backwards. But I guess it's basically the same thing, it's just negative. That's unfortunate though. Decoding took 23 milliseconds. That's too many milliseconds. Because it needs to decode in less than 16. Mutex stuff can be a problem if it causes a lot of context switching. Yeah, it could be something like that. I mean, there's also mutexes like here between the decode thread and the display thread. I wonder if that's Instead of waiting for mutexes, just throw the execution away and hope the mutex will be unlocked next call. Problem solved! Good idea. Vanilla pie is like raw vanilla for your pie. You should call it vanilla extract. You know, when you're right, you're right. 23 is way too many, like 7 too many. Yeah. So, yeah, is that because of this, the mutex, or is it just the decoding itself is taking that long? I mean, in theory, we know that the decoding is not that slow. Interesting. Let's try moving this to here. Let's actually just get some random millisecond counts. And see what takes how much time. I'm just gonna print a bunch of shit. Just for fun. Now, since perf apparently didn't do anything, send packet took that. Oh. Perf at home. Yeah, I know. It's terrible. Just terrible. Frame ref flip. Send, receive. That's basically all the stuff that goes on in here. Well, because we know that the decode is roughly real time, so I don't actually suspect that decoding should be taking that long. It's just like, yeah, it's just like, why? Yeah, Anyway. It might just be the other stuff surrounding it that's like, making it take a little too long. Sure it's a performance issue? Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's going to be something performance related. Try to decrease the thread count from a distributed system's background threads doesn't always help. Yeah, there are probably things we can do. It would be really interesting, honestly. Because we can probably, at least on the Pi front end, we can probably get like decode and we can probably get the decode and display onto the same thread. And it would be interesting to see if that actually ends up being better. Because I am aware that the Pi CPU doesn't have, it's only one thread, I'm pretty sure. So the additional threads may not be helping us at all, really. I think it's performance related necessarily, at least not the dropping. It looks specifically iframes being lost, possibly due to size. Maybe. I don't know, because I feel like the corruption we see could also be just if it loses, like, other frames along the way. Because they're all acting on, like, the prior frames. But we can check that too, if we're just dropping frames entirely. But I mean, in theory, because I set like a ridiculous buffer size in the operating system. I set like 32 megabytes, which should be way too much. Like, it should be plenty. And we know that it never sends UDP packets greater than a certain size. I think the most likely thing is that something is not consuming the packets fast enough. I still feel like that's the most likely concern. I would actually be really interested in making this single-threaded, at least the front end single-threaded, and see if that kind of magically makes things a little better. Because then less context switches, right? Send packet. I should print these to a file so we can actually read them a little bit better. Receive frame took 67. 9, 5, 12. Huh. These aren't the 20-something that I was seeing before. How strange. Can we just check the buffer's pump states as it's running? Maybe? I don't know how to do that. Did you try gprof already? It should give you some hints about where it is taking too much time. We tried perf earlier, but it didn't want to run for some like hardware related reason. I'm really curious actually. I want to see if we can do all of this on one thread. So the way we would probably do that, I think it's actually fairly simple, but I want to make a commit. I want to commit what we have before we do anything like that. Build requires edev. Yeah, this didn't end up being necessary. Oh, I'll get rid of these print lines as well. I should have committed when I actually did this the first time, honestly. There's no good reason that I didn't. Every other receive is 0. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Why some receive frame 0 and some upward to 5? I don't really know. I suspect it might be something really esoteric, like it's switching contexts too much or something like that. I could believe that. All right. Yeah, that's all fine. That's fine. This is fine. Yeah, okay. Wow, 60 FPS. Okay. Kind of. It's more like 50 something and 60 sometimes. I like the debug messages with 8 question marks. Me too. Yeah, we don't actually, this actually never seems to happen, which is nice. Because I've got aborts here too, so they're like, you know, we know if these got hit, but I've never seen these get hit, which is cool. Would using atomics and fences help? The memory model is pretty weak though, compared to x86. Not sure. We'll see. Okay, so everything is committed, so I can start fucking around with the code and it's all good. So what I'll do, instead of this, instead of running this run backend thread, I'll just comment those out, comment these out. I'm just curious to see what will happen. We'll also comment out these. We don't need them. We don't need these. Or these. Or these. Okay. So, say, and also do if, I'll switch this to a poll. Then I'll switch this to a poll because I have an equivalent polling API. I'll have to make an event as well. I think given it overflows, even if there's nothing happening in the vanilla loop after a while, I think the issue is probably there, and having anything happen in that loop will eventually overflow. Eventually, like, by there, do you mean like around in the main loop? In that loop, yeah. Name guess, Matt. Keeping up with the codiations. Oh god. Don't worry if it is not 60 FPS, just tell people it's a power signal. True! Why didn't I think of that? So yeah. So while we have events, then we'll do decodes. So yeah. And then when it does this, instead of this shit, we can just call the... oh, what's in display loop? Do we need anything here? No, we do all the initialization in the other thread. So we basically just call this with the decoded frame. We need to pass drmctx though. Have you jailbroken a PS4? No, but I really want to. You know, there's an absolute tragedy that has befallen me when it comes to the modding a PS4, which is there was once upon a time in the far distant couple of months ago, you had to be on PS4 firmware 9.0 or below, I think, or was it 7.0? I think it was 9. You had to be on an older firmware, and I went on a quest to find an old PS4 with an old firmware, and eventually I found one. I really lucked out with a console that was on like firmware version 7 something. And I was like, yes, I can finally mod this one. It was only about a week later that the new mod came out that meant you could mod like all the way up to, yeah, 11 something. And I was like, oh, fuck. I mean, it's great, it's good. I'm just like, damn, I didn't have to do any of that. But I still got that PS4. It's still on version 7.5 something, I think. I still haven't modded it. I just haven't gotten around to it. I haven't had a need for a PS4. There are some PS4 games I want to play, but I just haven't had anything like any pressing things I really want to play. DRM CTX, give it that. Or is it, it might have to be a pointer in this context. Cool. Let's try building it. Unknown type name DRM CTX. Really? Oh, really? Oh, so I can comment out this loop. We love you, man. Hey, thanks. I love you guys too. Fuck. I'll comment this out. Actually, I guess I don't need to. Oh no, I will. Because, yeah. Doesn't matter, because I can always, oh, vanilla, that's what I call it. The type name is different. I can always revert it. That was the point of making a commit. CTX. Okay. I like how the bubble sounds are embedded into this audio file. Did you guys know a new Zelda speedrun strat was found? System D overflow error. Damn. You mean Zelda was running System D this whole time? Ain't no way. My PS4 is on 10.70. I'm so happy I can put hen on it or whatever. Yeah. I will mod it eventually. I've had, it's not the worst I've had. I had a Nintendo Switch that I bought specifically for modding. I literally, like, when I was buying it on eBay, I checked the serial number. I was like, okay, this is a moddable one. This is one of the early, before they patched the hardware. I specifically got it for modding. I didn't mod it until about 2 years later. Actually, it might have been more like, it might have been 2.5. Like, I think I bought it late 2021, and I don't think I modded it until early 2024. And I modded it specifically for this project, specifically so I could play around with turning it into a gamepad. I just never needed to. Like, I was always like, oh yeah, I should do that someday. And then I just never did. That's strange. Shouldn't be doing that. I bought my Switch in 2017, still haven't modded it though. Yeah, I guess that's me as well. That's interesting. Why are we not getting any I should turn this into a while as well. While STL poll event, so that we get any events in the queue. So that's interesting. What are we getting caught up on? I'm gonna put this ahead. I just realized that, like, this quit happens here, and I feel like I don't want this running. I could add like an if statement for it, but I don't want to. Just got in today to fix the FFmpeg peg. Kind of. We're doing some like light optimization work at the moment. We're trying to. Oh, I just realized you couldn't see the code. I was pointing something out and you couldn't see it. My bad. So it's better than it was. It's pretty damn close to really good, but not quite there. So what we're trying to play around with making it a little bit lighter on CPU cycles. And our first attempt to do that is to It's just frozen. Why is it frozen? Is there a deadlock somewhere? Maybe. It displayed 1 frame before. It shows a frame! 1 of them! Yay! Yeah, why is that happening? Was this really Wii U music? It sounds so like SoundCloud EDM producer. I'm kind of amazed this was actually on the Nintendo. Display DR emoting a condition variable? Maybe? I thought all of that was in the display loop, but let's see. Don't think so, no. I guess I just have to start printing shit. It seems like the loop stops somewhere. Polling for vanilla event. polling for SDL event. The T-code function has a while one loop. No, that's okay. Because we want to call this over and over again until this gives us this E again. So that's okay. MattKC will get thrown in Nintendo prison with Bowser, aka King Koopa. You know? That would be fun. I think Bowser would be a good cellmate. Okay. So the loop is not getting stuck. We would like to sue you. Oh no.
Want you to start and stop .sh scripts too.
Ah, okay. They're an artifact from earlier in the stream. I had to write those because. Oh, thanks for the donation, by the way. I had to write those because the Wii U uses the same addressing scheme as my home network, which essentially means that unless I want to redo my home network or put it on a separate network or find some way for my router to like route to a custom static IP, which I looked into that and I don't know if my router has that feature because it's a bit of a piece of shit. So instead, I just run those scripts which basically just disconnects it from my home network and connects it to the Wii U, you know, rather than doing all of it manually. Disconnects from the network, from the home network, connects it to the Wii U, and does the DHCP, and then the stop script just disconnects from the Wii U and reconnects it to the home network. So it's just some stuff that I need to do. I have a second router, and I thought about maybe I could put the Pi on the second router and then like it can be on a different network. But the problem I had there was this router is one that I got with my ISP and it's like locked into their shit. Like you can only access it through their phone app. And therefore I couldn't really get it to just run as a standalone router. So yeah, so I have to buy another router at this point, which I don't have. Back in Australia, I collected a bunch of routers. Like people just keep giving them to me, and I have like a box of 5 or 6 of them. But I don't have any here though. Jailbreak the router. I mean, that would be fun. Yeah, the router is not very good. It also doesn't do like any. It doesn't like. Is it called NetBIOS? Like NetBIOS name or something? Like when a host on your network has a name, like accessing it by the host name instead of by the IP address, it doesn't do any of that either. You can only access other hosts by IP address, which is really annoying. And I would have replaced it with another one, except for the fact that it was also not super cheap. I mean, I guess, you know, routers can get very expensive. It's not like I spent $1,000 on it, but I spent like, actually, I don't remember. It was like over 150, and I was expecting it to be better, but it isn't. Okay. Wait, is that right? Oh yeah, okay. I installed OpenRWT on my router and gives me much more control. I wonder if that's possible. What is my router? It's a TP-Link AX1800. I would love to replace the firmware on it, because I hate the firmware that's on it. This does look like a lot like my router. I know you can't see this right now, but maybe it's possible. Maybe you guys have given me a really good idea. Okay. What are we getting now? Display DRM. Oh, okay. I guess it's doing something now. That does seem to be significantly worse. Is it because of all the printing? Try not printing any. Oh, hang on. Let's try not printing anything. Oh, why can I not kill it now? Okay. That was concerning. Oh, it's definitely worse. But why is that? Why is it so much worse? Like, so much worse. I actually didn't expect it to be that much worse. Hate the firmware by D-Link switch, really buggy, vendor lock-in sucks. I feel like I've had very few like good routers. I feel like most of the routers I've had have been problematic in some way. You did kill it 30 seconds ago. Is that true? I thought the video was still going, but maybe it was just still printing stuff. Huh. What's the No, I think it definitely has like a... Oh, it's just slow, I guess? What are the CPU stats at the moment? God, that's so cursed. Huh. Yeah, I'm actually surprised how much worse it's running. Like, so much worse. I actually find that very unusual, if I'm being honest. Like, considering it is only a single core CPU, I thought this would be, and we're doing its hardware decoding. I thought this would be about, I thought it would be about the same, if anything. I guess it is true that set plane like is blocking and syncs to the V blank. Maybe it's like, maybe that was giving it some more time to like do stuff in other threads. So maybe it would be worth, what we can try is we can do a kind of a hybrid approach where we oops. Where we do like the decoding in the main thread, maybe. I don't know if we should be doing that in the main thread either, because we also use the main thread to do stuff like reading controller inputs, and I don't know if that's smart to do like all of that together. But yeah, what if we try... yeah, this in the display thread, and like, so we do the display in another thread, but we do the decoding in the main thread. Let's see if that makes any difference at all. I'm all in for the hybrid approach of offload the render functions. Let's give it a go. I think that's what this will do. I believe the rendering will happen in... Yeah, the decoding will happen in the main loop, and the display will happen in a different thread based on this. I believe that's what I just did. Oh, hang on. I also still want to output to nothing for now, just in case. It's still not wonderful. Oh god. The CPU went up enormously. Huh. How strange. I don't know what we're doing now because I closed all of the logging. Why can I not jump to the end? What's my opinion on WD greens? I don't have an opinion. I'm sure they're fine. Now we're utilizing all the resources. I love when it plays this Christmassy song. I assume that's not the point. It's like, this is the... that's like the system migration, so I assume it just plays that at the end when the system is migrated. But it always, to me, it's always like, wow, Christmas has come. Oh, something I should think about is that this this thread, I'm not sure actually. This thread never like defers to anything, like it just keeps running. I was gonna say that would screw up other threads, but then again, there aren't as many threads anymore. Oh, maybe if I... Here's an idea. Oh. Sorry. Please make the auto switcher. I should probably do that. So I'm destroying all the, I'm commenting out all of these again. We're going back to single thread. I wonder if, like, let's see. Oh, there's, or just stream both. I guess I could just have both on screen at all times. The hardware decoder sorter is another CPU core. Is it? I'm not sure how it works, because I don't think it's like the GPU, or maybe it is. I don't know really. It kinda is. Yeah, I guess it kinda is. Okay. Get it copied over. As you pass work to it, then it should do things mostly asynchronously to the CPU. That's the idea. Like, it should be almost instant. Which would make sense, because a lot of the time when we do receive frame, it's like 0 milliseconds. I don't know. I really wish I could run a profiler. Maybe I should try other ones. Like maybe I'll try gprof later. Just in case it gives us any better result. I have a later Raspberry Pi. I have a 3B Plus, I think, which I guess is probably more powerful, but it's not like, not anything super recent. Could you try perf record E cycles exact? Last time I tried perf record, it didn't work. I was very unhappy about my hardware. No. Not good. Yeah, significantly worse. Like I said, I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought it would be, considering like that the decoding is happening in hardware, and in theory, it's like off the CPU. Oh, the dash E cycles uses sampling. I guess we could give that a go. 60 FPS? I mean, not exactly, right? Well, let's revert, because that didn't help us at all, unfortunately. I'm very surprised. Like, yeah, I thought, considering the hardware decoding, considering we're decoding on the hardware, in theory, asynchronously, and it's like a single-threaded CPU anyway, I suspected it would be about the same, but I guess not. I guess it's, yeah, significantly worse performance. $60-somethings per something per sometime. Exactly. Yeah, so this is with the threads again. Oh. No, actually. It's still pretty bad. That's, hang on, let me, it might just be because we're printing so much spam at the moment. Okay. Oh good, the thread names are actually showing up now, that's nice. That's actually really illuminating. So the most, the highest CPU thread is not backend, which is the one doing the decoding, and it's not display, it's something else. Interesting. Huh. So what thread is that? Is that a library thread, or is that a, it's just the main thread? That's so interesting. So we've got the backend thread, which is the one that does the decoding. It's called backend. We've got the display thread, which is doing the putting on the screen. And apparently, neither of those were the most, the highest CPU thread. So which one was? Okay, let's do some investigating of the library. Maybe the library is running a little bit slow. Firstly, how many threads? So we create 5 threads for the, or is it, no, we create 4 threads for the 4 different, there's like 5 ports on the Wii U. And, okay. So, can I name these threads? Because they're in the library now. Can I name these threads? Which thread is this? This is... Oh, it just runs everything. Okay, so this is like a main thread. How do we set the name of a thread? As of glibc, okay. But I don't have this. Is it said pthread np? No. name one Lego and the other island. Damn, true. Might be the FFmpeg thread. No, that's the same thread as backend. All the FFmpeg, again, fucking Christmas has come. No, all the FFmpeg stuff is happening in backend. So if it wasn't happening in backend, then it's something else. It's probably one of these. It's either the main, like, this main thread. Or it's something in the library, which I could believe it's something in the library. This should probably be fixed. I can probably fix this somehow, but I don't think this would be causing problems because it does something every 250 milliseconds, and all it does is check this variable. But this is like not a very elegant way of doing this. Check your glibc version using LDD. Maybe you're running in Alpine, maybe. Oh, to be fair, we're not using glibc at all, are we? We're using Moozle, so that might be the problem. Well, that being said, SDL somehow finds a way to do it. How is SDL naming threads? Create thread real. Oh no, not a macro. Hang on. Are they using pthread set name anywhere? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we had it, but I was typing. PP thread? No, that's the doing something here. Do I have to do this? Like, do I have to get the function manually? Interesting. PP thread. Ew, is that a PP thread? Interesting. Do I have to? Yeah, maybe I have to get the function. Maybe it's not defined in a header, and I have to get it manually like this. All right, fine. Let's try doing that. Peanuts. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Name thread. Pthread T thread name. PRCTL has PR set name. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. I'll try and copy what SDL does first and see if that gets us anywhere. Yeah. Name thread. Actually, we don't need it to be a pointer, do we? Because we're just passing it through. What up, KC? Hey, welcome in. Guess I'll have to add this. Oh, this should go in util, actually. Why am I not putting it in util? Okay. cool. So then here, PP. If I guess I'll do the same thing they've done, which is checked for but I'm not we know this is going to be on Linux, so we can just like chuck this in. Okay. Sure. If we actually got something, then we'll call it, we'll say thread name. Alright. Let's see if that works. Oh, it's still a pointer. Doesn't need to be a pointer anymore. Video thread, vanilla, actually, vanilla video. Okay. Audio thread, vanilla audio. Input. Vanilla CMD. Okay. And also, we also create one here. Name thread. Gamepad. You didn't change the param for input and CMD. Let me see. You're probably right. I'm known to do that. Okay. Cool. Now, well, that should be all of the library threads named pretty much. I might even... no, that's actually probably okay. Oh, I will rename these so that they match, because I called it like backend and display. So okay, vanilla pi backend pi display. All right. Does C support references function parameters? I don't think so. I think it's just pointers. Who up multi-threading they PP? Bro, every night I thread my PP and it feels great. Can you imagine if the gamepad is the big thread? I mean, that would be unfortunate, but I guess we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Vanilla video. That actually is not surprising to me. I think if any thread was going to be the one to be using a bunch of CPU, it would be the video thread. That actually, I feel like we should be able to do something about that though. I feel like that's probably good. It's not like a hardware issue necessarily. So, you're on my television, don't be saying that. Hi, anyone who's listening. So, video thread, not to be consumed with, not to be confused, video thread, not to be confused with the decoding thread or the display thread, is this one, the thread that, that joins together the packets. Like, so when the Wii U is sending video packets, it only sends about no more than 2 kilobytes at a time, because UDP has certain file size limits. So it's every H.264 frame is actually split over many, many UDP packets, and it's this thread's job to join them together. So that seems to be the slowest thread, the one that's actually joining the packets together. Well, at least it's equal to the, right now at least, it's equal to the one that's doing the decoding, which is back. Pieback is the decoder, whereas video is the one that's joining all the packets together. Interesting. So I guess we should take a look at what we can do here. Is the main work of the video thread memcopy? I think so. It also does this weird thing. I copied this code from DRC Sim. I don't know why it does this exactly, and I haven't looked at the bits on the bytes to see exactly what the purpose of this is, but it does a bunch of like it goes through the entire packet and then flips the bits around. It swaps each one, the bit endianness. It goes from one to the other, and then it flips them back, but on a per member basis. I'm not entirely sure. And then it does it more for here and here, and it's just well, why did you unreverse it before just to re-reverse it later? Like I said, and that's why I put this to do here. I was this is all really weird, because I looked at this and I was why would it do this? But I haven't looked any further into why. Isn't DRC Sim in Python? Parts of it are in C, that's the thing. Part of it is in Python, part of it is in C, part of it is in Java. On a per member basis. Yeah. But that makes me think that I don't know, yeah, like I said, I'd have to look at the bits. Is this something that needs to be done or not? Is this inline? Unless the compiler is doing it, I don't think so. We could try and inline it and see if that makes any difference. I might just run some more fake profiling through this function and see what might be doing all this, what might be taking up the most CPU cycles. I was making a PP joke. Now I get it. Also, I've had enough of this baby Wii U music. Let's play some Daytona USA. Let's play a more dignified soundtrack, Oh, I've gotten a request. What's Thunder Brigade? Thunder Brigade. I can't copy, unfortunately. Big PP music? I love Big PP music. Okay, here we go. Okay, we'll play this for a bit. Done for network optimization, they're byte flipping to minimize dead space, and then on the other side they're flipping it back. I've had to do similar for game servers. I mean, I know how... I am aware of for example, N2HL, which is converting from network endianness to host endianness. I've just never seen it done on bits. This isn't bytes, it's bits. Each bit in each byte is flipped. That's just what I'm not saying it's not necessary. It's just I've never seen that before. But yeah, we could try and make this inline, see if that does anything. For now, why flip and flip back? That's the other thing I'm wondering about. I don't know what the offset of extended header is, but surely, if you're gonna flip all of the bytes, and then just gonna flip them all back, surely you could not do that. But I don't know what the offset of this is. Maybe this offset is like a non-byte offset. That's the thing, right? It should be an offset of a byte, but maybe not, because this is like, there are certainly bits involved. It's a more generic function to do the byte flipping. Flipping then flipping back is because the header is on the bottom of the packet received instead, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to look at like the actual bytes, I think, to see why this is happening. But for now, what I want to do just real quick, before I spend any like huge amount of time on like playing around with anything, size of, not offset of. What do you mean? Just finding the offset? Yeah, I mean, like if I want to look into this a little bit deeper, maybe I will at some point. But what I want to do now is just some fake profiling and see if like we can identify any particularly slow parts of this. There is a mutex in here as well, just for sending IDRs. Comment it out and pray. No, I don't think... I'm not going to assume it's not necessary. I just... yeah, I'm just not entirely sure which parts of it, if all of it is necessary. So anyway, let's get some... does the mutex really have to be above the if? Yeah, because the if is like the main thing. That's the main thing that gets changed by the other thread. It's not an atomic int. I mean, if you can get an atomic int in C, maybe I could replace it with an atomic int and that would be better. Where are you copying from? Where are you copying to? So we get the packets in, and then I have to combine them into one giant packet. That's mostly what the memcopy is doing. And then we also have to add some bytes to get the H.264 decoder to accept it. That's like, where are they? They're here. You have to add like some bytes because the Wii U excludes these bytes. They're just like little metadata things that a generic H.264 decoder expects, but the Wii U doesn't need them because it knows what type of stream to expect. So is this 100% the hottest part of the thread? It should be. I mean, the whole thread is down here where it like... no, wrong file. The whole thread is here where it's like... it just receives and then handles video packet and then it calls this function. But this is like 99% of it. YouTube stopped auto-scrolling? No, it didn't. It's just... no, it didn't. It's just I have to have the whole page here because I haven't... the embed broke. And they have more delay because they get captions. Atomic store, which allows setting integers. Yeah, that might be a better way to do it. Not an atomic store, for fuck's sake. The scroll guard. No, I getcha. God, I've never used an atomic in C before. Pointer to the atomic object to modify. Oh, can you just like give it anything and then stop buying nuclear weapons? Who said? In 5.1 the above code works with this? Can I just give it an atomic attribute like that? Yeah, I mean that might be better in general than... I don't need this anymore. That might be better than using a mutex here. I wouldn't disagree. Need to declare it as volatile. Oh, okay. have to make sure the if and store happens in a single operation. That's true. Yeah, that's correct. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, because basically this function is like, the idea of this function is it's like reentrant, like you can call it from any thread, and then it'll like, the next time it runs this loop, it'll either do that or not, you know? Oh well, I won't touch it for now. I just want to, for now, I just want to see if, I want to see if we can, like, hackily profile, like, what part of the function is the most, time-consuming. Is there, hang on, is there a, oh, we could definitely ditch this mem copy, for sure. I was doing kind of some work towards this earlier, which is that, because there's no, yeah, okay, so here's something we can do. Don't forget to keep hydrated, that's a good idea. This memory copy, at the very least, we should be able to get around this. Because we should just be able to, so my idea is, we have like, a bunch of, of packets, or, have you considered leaving for an hour and coming back and instantly seeing the issue? You know, you're not wrong. That's oftentimes how I feel when I turn off the stream. I'm like, I'm probably gonna figure this out, like, as soon as I get off and have some dinner, like, I'll probably figure it out. Just want to see if you alloc a free in a loop somewhere and see if you can move it to local storage, remove it from the loop. Let's see. We do free this, but I guess, oh yeah. Oh no, that's not in a loop, that only happens at the end. Still, we could like... Oh, video packets, oh no, that's dynamic anyway. What we could probably do is we could probably, we probably don't need to actually allocate this, I think. What we could do is like... because we send this to it, interesting. Okay, hang on. There's a let me do one thing at a time. So, can probably remove that mem copy, that per packet mem copy. Can probably do the frame joining without allocating anything. Okay, because what I'm thinking is, yeah. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we can do to optimize this a little bit more. So firstly, I'm 90% sure we can ditch this mem copy. I think the way we would do it is we would say, have you tried using Microsoft Bimbos? Now that's a good idea. Okay, I think the way we would do it is we would say, like, if we had, I'll probably make all of these static, honestly. Nails current, nails. Commit, I don't think we need to Maybe I could commit some of this stuff. At least the naming stuff would be nice to have declared, or have committed, I should say. I haven't really done anything else yet, I've just been investigating. Okay. Name all threads. Cool. Okay. Have you tried using Microsoft Bimbos? Now that's a good idea. Okay, so we have kind of a cache of video packets, and when we do a receive, rather than receiving into this buffer, we video packet cache index equals 0. I can't tell if you're writing this as a standalone kernel or software on top of Linux. It is on top of Linux. I'm not that I'm not that I don't hate myself that much. Okay. Equals video packet cache index %. I think this will work. Which is basically just so that we have all this stuff already in memory. Could play some Splatoon 3 Splatfest music. Oh, the song finished. Yeah, maybe. I'm yet to play Splatoon, ironically. I know that's one of the, like, most popular games on the Wii U, but ironically, I've never played any Splatoon game. I'll have to play Splatoon, and I'll have to play it for the first time on, like, a custom Wii U gamepad of some kind. There was only 2 out of 9. Yeah, I started it, like, towards the end. Actually, I thought I clicked shuffle, but maybe it... Yeah, I think I clicked shuffle, but it, like, jumped to the end and then only played the last 2. YouTube did a weird thing, I think. Alright, so we'll read directly into VP. Oh, actually, there. Sure, I'll keep that for now. Oh, it's got to be signed size. Okay. And I can give this video packet. Size of data is completely wrong. Yeah, you're right. It's got to be size of video packet. Okay, so yeah, that would have been bad to keep it like that. That's thread safe IDR queue could go out of the window for now. It's only used for recording and native app free performance. Yeah, that is correct. I could for testing. I could. Or maybe, well, that's fine. For testing, I don't need to hold on to it. All right. And then, we also need to make sure this gets incremented. And in theory, I think because of the way the Wii U works, we don't actually have to do any more than that, because I don't think it'll ever, like, because the sequence number is only 1024. In fact, I think actually it only needs to be 1024. Therefore, I don't think it'll ever be more than 1024 packets. And then we can get rid of this. And so instead of memcopy, we just say, we don't actually get rid of it. We change it to video packet pointer. Hey, Colbor, thanks for the tier 1 for 3 months. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, welcome to the cleanup crew. So instead of memcopy, we actually just do equals VP. And that's probably a lot faster. Now, with this, we can probably also ditch this. Okay, so I think that'll work. I'm wondering if I should test each time, or should I, hang on. I wonder if I should do a test each time I do an optimization, or just do them all at once. Because I think I can also ditch this mem copy. These ones would have to stay. But I can also ditch this this malloc as well, so I can do a bunch. Test all at once, one each time. Oh no, we don't have much consensus. I guess I'll test each one individually. It's slow, but you know, we'll see. Okay, so this is optimization number 1, which is, in fact, I guess I'll write these down. Found the most expensive thread was the UDP thread, or no, the thread that joined UDP packets into H.264 to complete H.264 packets. Trying some optimizations. One. Oh, okay. Fine. That's interesting. Oh. Okay, 1. Remove per packet mem copy from your packet into internal data buffers. 2 is gonna be remove per frame alloc / free. And 3 is going to be remove per frame. It's remove another per packet mem copy from internal data buffers to packet to full packet buffer. Oh, what should Matt do? Not binding. Hey, thanks for setting up the poll. Twitch doesn't allow poll options to be nearly long enough. I know! I found that too. Same with the predictions. Like, every... they're so... Like, every time I try to fit, like, a decent amount of words in, it's always so... It's like... It only lets you have, like, 20 characters or some shit like that. Be smart, test separately. Be stupid, test all at on. Well, it looks like test separately is winning. My thoughts on the OST? It's pretty good. Is this? I assume it's a game. That's what it looks like from the cover art. It looks like a late '90s Windows game. It's exactly what it looks like. Don't know anything else about it, but hey, so far so good. Just for the giggles, I tried to use vanilla with my Steam Deck today. After one would connect but not show any image, but the other wouldn't even connect. I had to reboot the console and actual gamepad like 5 times until I could pair those again. Yeah, so... a viewer, I don't forget what their Twitch name is, but they actually letting me borrow a Steam Deck to test, and that'll be really interesting, because I've always known that the Steam Deck with desktop Linux would be like the ultimate, not the ultimate, but like a really solid gamepad, but I've never had a Steam Deck, so I haven't been able to like iron out any of the issues. That just arrived at my place, so soon, maybe on stream I'll have a look. I'll be able to actually test, actually do some specific Steam Deck optimizations. Okay, so it looks like it's relatively close. It's only 60 to 40, it's 60-40, but it looks like the poll is recommending be smart. So let's be smart. Let's test each optimization individually. I'm guessing it's going to be one of those things where each optimization probably won't do much on its own, but over time, hopefully it'll help. It'll make things a little bit better. So let's give it a go. So this is remove per packet mem copy from video packet to internal data buffers. Oh, I just realized. I think I need to do more than I did. Because yeah, here. Ah, yes. So I need to make that payload instead of. I can even make this payload size instead, just to make it a little bit more readable. Is this ever used anywhere else? No. But I'll keep it for now, because I might want to use it later to test if we got all the packets or not. Okay. Cool. Actually, I just realized... Probably not. Chat has debugged it before, chat has 0 balls. You know? It's okay. We'll be fine. Okay, so get rid of that. I have to recompile and resend it. This is cool. I didn't expect that I would be doing stuff in the library. I thought it would be mostly... I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but still, it's fun. That 100k on the video packet on the stack does hurt a little bit, but it shouldn't matter. Yeah, we might move that as well. Okay. It's not really much different so far. But at least it works. At least it still works. That's okay. We'll keep going. So. Can't you make it auto-copy after compilation? Maybe. The problem is that the compile happens in a Docker image, which doesn't have access to the Pi. So, whereas I copy on the host system, which does have access to the Pi. Maybe, or maybe it does have access to the Pi. No, I don't know if it has, like... If it can route, like, my local network or not. Okay, so now, so that's good. So we've ditched a mem copy. That's always nice. I'll just comment this out for now instead of doing that. Temporarily disabled for RPi work. Why UDP and not TCP? Ask Nintendo. Yeah, so I think we can ditch this mem copy as well. And this allocate. Docker can't access local network, so a compromised container can't access database, etc. Yeah, that's what I figured. So with I could probably, if I wanted to, I could make this. I could run the Docker externally. Like I could probably do. I can probably do it like this. Where it's like.
I like my cheese drippy, bruh. Also, swah, 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 swah.
Damn.
Swah, swah, swah.
Thanks, man. How do I give it like a command? I imagine like yeah, I can probably do it all externally like this, like not in the Docker image, but I don't know how to. I'm not entirely sure how to just run a command like that. I guess what I could do is I could add this to the Docker file, like. What is it? It's not. It wouldn't be entry point. It's like. Oh, it would be like CMD, right? Something like this. I'm still kind of learning Docker. Okay. That blue text is so hard to read. So now, if I'm like... So I shouldn't need this entry point anymore. Oh. Hang on. Am I using the wrong quotes? Should I be using double quotes instead? Use JSON notation with double quotes? Okay, gotcha. Cool. Okay. See, that's how we can get it all in one command. Okay. Next. So we can ditch this mem copy, I'm pretty sure. CMD is a Windows thing. Damn, you're right. So you are correct. Having 100 kilobyte video packet on the stack is a bit of an oof. So let's move it over here. The first thing I want to do is, this is, I think, actually largely unnecessary. I think we can ditch this. Hang on, I'll have like... I'll have this as like a reference, like a pointer to this. Was this ever used again? No, so get rid of that. Mount pi through SSH with SSHFS and let Docker use that. Yeah, I guess that's another way of doing it. Depends on what the network latency is like with all those build files though. I guess if you could make it so it only does the final file over to the Pi. The problem is that the Pi is frequently disconnected because we have to connect it to the Wii U. I haven't got a better solution for that yet. Another thing we can do is we can probably say, so these, I can probably move those out here. Set up nulls on video packet. These are actually the IDR nulls on video packet. Yeah. That's right. So just to keep it consistent. Then this yeah, we might need to keep this per frame. Packet 2. Okay. So my thinking is rather than do all these copies into one packet and then do all the nulls stuff later on. We do it all in like one go. We go through each byte down here, which is probably quite expensive. So we can probably do that all together. Okay, so I just have to, I'm gonna have to concentrate for a little bit. You actually need to discard any incomplete frame. Could we not just draw whichever part we did get instead and thus have a little bit of a glitchy feed, potentially less skippy? We shouldn't have to discard any frames. Like, yes, in theory you could do it like that, but I think in theory we shouldn't have to discard anything. But that's another like worst case, last resort sort of thing, is for in my opinion. So now what we'll do when we set up this, okay, we'll move this down here, and this slice header stuff will go here. So now we'll set up this and say if is IDR nulls equals video packet, so it gets the these nulls. If it doesn't though, then we'll give it video packet plus this. So that way we never copy these IDR nulls in. Those just come in automatically, like by just simple pointer arithmetic. We just either go to the start of the buffer or we skip that part of the buffer and we just write into the next bit. So now that we've figured that out, yeah. Is the Pi thermal throttling? It's not impossible that it is, but it doesn't get super hot. Like we got it, I saw it bump up to like 50 Celsius when we were testing, which is, for a human that's pretty hot, but for a CPU that's not too bad. I don't know if specifically what thermals the Pi can handle, but we can take a closer look if the Pi is getting thermally throttled later on. Okay, so we're gonna write a infinite loop real quick. Actually, real quick, so we need to from equals the first buffer is this one, so yeah. Video packet. RPi 0 thermal throttles are AC, so we have a lot of headroom. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get any more than that, but that's, thanks for checking. Video segments, payload, yeah. So get pointer to first packets payload. Real quick, bro is Americanizing. I don't know. Okay, so now we copy those from. Oh, I should have committed the previous thing I did. I could probably do that because it wasn't much. Fuck it, whatever. Alright, so we copy these 2 bytes and then I'm gonna write a while loop and say I equals 2, then say while I is less than I'll say current index equals this. 1 size t equals video segments. Oh, actually I can just say, well, current index, oh no, actually, no, I'll keep it an infinite loop and then say at the bottom, if current index equals video packet sec end break. So that's our break point. The reason I'm doing equals is because if I did like, less than, then it wouldn't include this one. And if I did equals, well, obviously that doesn't work. I guess I could do this. I could do less than or equal. The problem, I feel like I identified a problem with this though. But I can't remember what it was. I think the issue comes in when it's like a because it loops over 1024, so it's potentially possible for like sec end to be less than current index if the loop happens at that exact point in time. So like if it rolls over to 0, then it's less than again. If like current index is like 1023, I don't know, but I think this is more reliable. Okay, is less than packet size, current index, payload size. Oh, I guess I'll call it byte. Yeah, basically that. And then byte plus plus, and then here we would want to set byte back to 0. I think that's correct. So we start at 2 because we don't want to, for some reason we don't want to process the first 2 bytes. I don't know why. I haven't looked at the bytes closely enough. Just read from dev/urandom until it provides working code. Yo, true. Eventually, urandom will give us the key to make our own Xbox 360 bootloader. Surely, that'll happen within our lifetimes. So byte is 2, packet size is that, video packet. Oh, we also have to change this, so data equals payload. Okay. Instead of video packet, it's got to be data. And then we do not free nulls, because that's not a... we did not malloc nulls this time. So let me just double check. Video packet, if it's an IDR, otherwise it skips these skip IDR parameters. Oh, actually, I need to set this as well, because otherwise we're going to overwrite the parameters. So I guess in theory, nul's current is always video packet plus these, because we don't start writing into it until after these. But it's a matter of if we include these in. Okay, so in that case, we actually don't need nulls at all, I don't think. We only need it at the end. So we always, okay, yeah, we always skip the IDR parameters. And then we write into it with that. Yep. And at the very end, we say nulls equals is IDR video packet, or it's video packet plus all that other shit. This shit. Skip IDR parameters. Oh, we've run out of. I'll play a little bit more of it. Parameters if not an IDR frame. And then. Okay, yeah. And then we just use this to determine what the size is in bytes. Okay. Gosh, let's give that a go. It's probably gonna blow up, but let's find out. I removed a lot of the mem copies and allocs from this code. So hopefully that makes it a bit faster. I almost wonder if, because I think this is probably the slowest part of the loop. It goes through the packet like 1 byte at a time, because sometimes it needs to inject this 3 opcode, some kind of code into it. I almost wonder if there's a way to like speed this up somehow. We'll see. Okay. Let's see if it blows up. I love pointer arithmetic, but I don't run out of bounds. Yeah, I love pointer arithmetic. Should I tmux here? What was that? It was HF or? Ah, it's okay. I will figure it out. There we go. Cool. So, just because I'm curious, let's see what information we're getting from this. Ah, fuck. Good old segmentation fault. Classic. So that probably means I've got some kind of mistake in this. In this part of the code specifically. Or I could just run GDB and figure out what, and let it tell me. Not entirely unexpected when you're doing like pointer arithmetic shit. Segfault ++. Okay, where were we? Happened. Oh god. What? No, did we? Hang on. Let's make another. There we go. So we'll run GDB on here, and then that top one can do whatever. Segmentation fault? I hardly know fault. Matthew, have you overflowed the stack? It's quite possible, yes. It's quite possible I've overwritten some stack. Just some, just a bit. A bit of stack. We'll find out. Okay. Oh, do you know what I did? I can actually see what I did. I needed to do equal. I didn't do that. Yeah. So we just started reading into nothing, essentially. That's how embarrassing is that? This one, yeah. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Let's try that again. Reading into nothingness. Yeah, it was basically inevitable that it would read nothing eventually. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Oof. Still... hang on, let me, I'll keep doing this so that, we save a little bit of CPU on all that, console spam. I feel like it's worse. It shouldn't, it certainly shouldn't be worse. Hang on. Let me reconnect real quick. Okay. I don't know. It's certainly not convincingly better. I don't know if it's worse than it was before. It doesn't seem to have made that much of a difference, though. This seems slightly heavier. Maybe. Oh, we stopped receiving video packets, apparently. Flickering is fixed? Oh yeah, flickering was fixed a while ago. Yeah, we're not getting anything now. Running better overall until it loses packets or gets a weird frame? Maybe. I'm not even sure of that. Like... Maybe is H-top taking some CPU? Maybe it was better. Hang on. Let's I don't know. It That's unfortunate, because I feel like we made quite a few changes, and it's not really convincingly running much better. Even though yeah, the vanilla video Right, see there, it's got 100% CPU. Even though HTOP is heavy. Yeah, well, you can see we're maxing out the CPU at the top. It's like 100%. Like, not our threads necessarily, but like the CPU itself is definitely getting like... is definitely getting maxed out, which I think is going to be a key issue. Sure there's no interference? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm like convinced that the fact it like hits 100% CPU, because the way that it works is like if the because we've got that event queue in vanilla, so if the front end can't keep up with the back end, then frames get dropped, which I believe is what is happening with that's why the corruption is happening. And I believe the front end is not keeping up with the back end because we're maxing out the CPU. You can see it's like regularly hitting 100%. Okay. We were getting that happening even when there was nothing happening in the front end. Yeah. I still think it just means we need to keep like optimizing. I still think CPU is nowhere near maxed out. I mean, it only like it only has to max out like briefly for like events to start getting skipped. Because like here's another thing. I could probably increase the number of events, because currently the queue is only 20 events, which is like 20 frames is a third of a second, but it's less because it'll have audio frames in it as well. So we only store less than a third of a second of packets. Maybe I could store a couple more. Can we try 03? Here's what I'll try. What I noticed in CMake is, oh, we're not running this anymore. Oh, go to 020. Now I have to change this. Nope, no bash. Oh well. Red is kernel time. What would be happening in the kernel apart from, I mean, that would be decoding and display stuff, right? That's mostly what we're getting from the kernel. Offloading the HP, GPU. It's hardware decoding. It's, in theory, DRM, zero copy stuff. So it should be as little on the CPU as possible. Hey, Jonathan Beck, thanks for the $50 super chat. That'll come through on the bot soon. When Lego Island 2, Matt, please. There it is. Oh, and DJ Fox 11, thanks for the alpha membership. I was wondering, maybe that's what it actually got. Maybe the super chat is still coming. Hit capital K and HTOP to show kernel threads. Will tell you what's taking time. Okay, we'll do that soon. Something I did notice in CMake was that by default, I haven't messed around with any of these flags. By default, we're using rel with debinfo, and that's 02. By default, regular release is 03. So maybe we'll just build it as release and see if that makes any difference at all.
When Lego Island to MattKC.
There it is. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Do you mean the game Lego Island 2? I am not the biggest fan of Lego Island 2. I mean, it's alright. It's fine. But in my opinion, it's not, it doesn't have the things that I really like about the first Lego Island. So I have played through it. I've played through Lego Island 2 when I was like 13, but I don't see myself doing much with it otherwise. As far as like videos, I do have more Lego Island content planned. I have a long Lego Island video in the works, which I was gonna do work on yesterday, except I got caught up doing server maintenance instead. But that's coming, and I'm really excited about. Okay, so we're gonna flop it over to a release build. I don't know if that'll make any difference at all, but we'll give it a try. I also, yeah, it's very strange because all the things we did should have been good things. They should have been like, you know, we removed some mallocs and we removed some mem copies. Like all of that should have been good. Like there should be no, that should have had some kind of appreciable effect on the performance, but it didn't, unfortunately. We tried rotating the Pi sideways. It significantly improves the performance of the Pi by increasing its passive cooling by making the heat drop to the sides instead. It might already be on its side. Yeah, it's already kind of on its side because I have thick cables plugged into it, and so it's kind of already sideways. Yeah. Pi is at 50C, it's not thermally constrained. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay, what was I gonna do? I was gonna... oh yeah, we'll check out those kernel threads as well, but let's try an 03 build for no real reason. Okay. All good. Do you have any formal computer science education? I'm a third-year comp sci student specializing in web and software development. I don't. I'm 100% self-taught. Well, I learned how to write Java for the first time in high school, but I already knew how to program before that. So like, I don't consider that like I learned how to code much. I just consider that was my first like interaction with Java. Do OFast? We could try OFast as well. I'll be real, Matt, you know more than most comp sci majors already. As someone doing a comp sci course, hey, thanks, man. You know, it's just, I always say I think the best way to learn is to just do a project that you're passionate about, and you'll figure it out. You know, if you're passionate about something, you'll figure out how to get it done. Maybe eat a pie in front of the pie to show what happens when you don't do what you want it to. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Okay, so... Well... Hang on. I feel like we're getting kind of skewed results again because of all the spam. Like when I see T-Mux taking a bunch of CPU, I feel like I'm just getting distracted. Yeah, it's not really convincingly much better. Let me see though. So kernel threads. Is that working or not? Am I doing anything? I'm not in the right, Oh. I'm being a fucking moron, because, debug prints still cause log slowness. Yeah, that's probably something to keep in mind, that, like, just the shit in general. There we go. Remove all of the debug printing. Most of it is just the whole skipped event to prevent rollover, but I guess we can probably do a thing where it's like a cooldown. It probably doesn't need to print that every single time, you know? So, how do we... Oh, send signal. I don't want to do that. What was I supposed to do? Let me do that real quick. Let me, the whole skipped event, I'm gonna just comment that out for now, because we know it's skipping events. Or maybe I'll just do it so it only does it like every like 50 events or so, you know? Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought what I was writing wouldn't be important enough to watch. But yeah, I guess it's whatever. Okay. So basically, I'm just gonna say like only show this every, honestly, maybe even 100 is every 1,000. Only show this every 1,000. I can even probably just put it in here, right? Every 1,000 events that it skips, it'll tell me, and the first one. Tried installing Optifine. Good point. Did I see a .s file to start running ARM assembly? No, no. I think you've... No, we're not writing any assembly. Hot up. Alright. So this way, we know that it's like... We at least know that it's... Okay, there we go. There are the kernel tasks. I always find this very strange because I can see the Wi-Fi adapter. I can see it blinking when like there's activity. Sometimes it just stops, and I don't know if that's because the console stops sending information or if it's like we just stop receiving it. Like the Pi stops intaking it. What is source thread arm clone S in the top? Oh, that's we ran a GDB session and it was some information. So that's some like Linux kernel thing, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Well, we're still hitting 100% CPU, but we're definitely getting like... It's definitely better performance after removing the print spam. You see WPA supplicant spike to the top of HTOP every time. Interesting. Valgrind or something similar. I don't know how to get a Valgrind on here. I tried to install it before, but it's not like in the repository. All signs still point to the fattest thread being the one that's joining the H.264 packet together. I wonder... I want to do some lazy profiling and see what part of this function is taking all that, that time, all those CPU cycles. Firstly, so we have a video thread here. Do we do any weird shit with it? Like, no, I don't think so. Like when we create the socket, do we... No, it's an ordinary socket. We don't set any settings on it. Valgrind is x86 only as far as I know. I could never get it working on ARM in the past. Interesting. That would explain it if so. Ksoft IRQ could also hint to network overhead. Had this in the past on a router already. I wonder if this is like... We've talked about this before, soft Mac devices versus full Mac devices, whether the 802.11 is done in software or on hardware. I almost... that makes me wonder if maybe... Like, we need a soft Mac driver to get the Wii U patches, but maybe that's causing us problems. Maybe there's... maybe that's... maybe that's taking... valuable CPU cycles away. Has anyone told you have a soothing voice and nearly fell asleep just then? I get that sometimes. I'm glad, you know? Better than the alternative, I suppose. Alpine only has Valgrind for x86. Gotcha. ARM Linux. Yeah, the thing about ARM though is it's like ARM is a very like mixed bag. There's a lot of different like versions and variants of ARM, so it's hard to say if like maybe like it might support ARM, but maybe not this specific CPU. I fall asleep to soothing metal pipe clangs. Yeah, except for when that happens. Except for when that happens. Maybe I'll make like another channel point redeem to be like no metal clangs allowed for the next hour, and then like people can, you know, if people want to sleep, they can redeem that one. Or for maybe it'll be for the rest of the stream. Disable metal clang for the rest of the stream, and then you can fall asleep. Try compiling manually. I guess we'll I'll consider that that'll be on the spectrum of like first resort to last resort. That'll be further on the last resort end, I think. EU sleepy time, no metal clangs allowed. Exactly. Allow you to make metal clang sound even louder for the rest of the stream. Oh no. How much anarchy can we brew with the channel point redeems? Okay. Let's get some Daytona USA soundtrack going. Always fun. Okay, so if we're going for every cycle, then we'll be faster by a few cycles. Let's give that a go at some point. I'll put these aside for now. I was gonna do something. I don't want to get distracted just yet. Get current milliseconds Linux. I know there's a way to do this. It's like okay. It's not as good as easy as the get ticks function that I was using before, but I can make it work. Block real time, I guess so. I looked at the bit reversing. Sec ID and payload size span 2 bytes and are probably the reason for the reversing. If you only reverse the first bytes, then you can comment out the first 4 bytes, then you can comment out the steps reversing the timestamp, extended header, and payload. Interesting. I feel like we can probably, because that's probably not very fast either, the bit reversing. I feel like we can also probably reverse, like, these big, like the payload and stuff, because we reverse them here and then we unreverse them here. I feel like we probably don't need to do that, but that'll be, okay, that can be another optimization, potential optimization. I'll strike through these. See if bit reversing is truly necessary. Can probably save cycles there. But what I wanted to do is basically just get a... Here, I'll just make like a... Get millis. And then like... If this is the way it has to be done, then okay. Better start using RISC-V then. Oof. Using ARM always starts with suffering? Oh no. Okay. And then... Gotcha. So then we'd want to... think. Okay. Do you daily drive Linux or are you using right now because it's easy for this project? I actually daily drive Linux. I do everything on Linux as much as possible. There's basically only one thing that I can't do on the host system, but I'm working on that. Alright, so this is my lazy may as well, I suppose. What is time T? Is that a... It's a signed long. Okay. Alright, fine. I'll just keep it all the same. Cool. Alright. Bit flipping took. Okay, so we just have to do a bunch of this. I suspect all of this is like a lot of lines, but it doesn't really do much. It's just like checking flags and shit. So I suspect this will be 0. Then this is all pretty standard stuff, so I'll do and this does do a mem copy, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. So we'll see if that's necessary or not. Oh, we could probably actually we might be able to save a mem copy by just allocating a bunch of stuff. We'll see about that in advance, I mean. Stitching, I'll call it. Stitching took, and then I'll say pushing took. Okay. You can use for a higher precision timer if needed. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. All I was trying to get was like just milliseconds for like a thing, but maybe it's more accurate. Oops, don't want to do that. Alright, oh yeah. On this platform it's not a LU, it would just be a U. I'm sure there's a specific type I should be using to print a size. Okay, I'll include math just for this. I'm a 50-year-old Pascal contract developer and I have Ghidra. What's it? Oh no, what's happening? You put the skipped count inside count in initialization in the loop so you'll never see the 1000. It's static though, isn't it? In theory, doesn't this, like, wouldn't this persist between calls? %ZU, gotcha. That's correct? Okay, cool. Setting to 0 every loop. I don't know if that's how that works, if it's a static, because these are also set to -1, like, every time. These, like, if that was true, these would also be getting set to -1 every time this function was called, but they aren't. Alright. Okay. What's it look like now? That's weird. That's not supposed to be happening. Why is bit flipping taking... Is that -1? That's weird. Oh, it's because I put it backwards. I put each one backwards. Oof. That's the O-fast thing yet? Not yet. I put them in, I stashed it away for later. Yeah, I put them all backwards. That's my bad. I always get a little bit confused what order to do the subtraction in. Going back in time. O-fast can be a bit buggy. Oh yeah, I know, but it would be it's worth a try either way. Okay. Clearly we shouldn't be optimizing the bit flipping code if it saves us time. Yeah, a whole negative, I don't know how many negatives that was, but quite a few milliseconds. Wow, okay. Look at that. Bit flipping took 12 milliseconds. It looks like 31. Wild. Out of all the things that we do, the bit flipping seems to be the most expensive. Alright. Can we get rid of it? That's the real question. And it is a bit silly, right? Like, we bit flip the entire payload and then just put it back? Why would we do that? That really is ridiculous. Time to get real. Okay, so let's see. Let's actually try and figure out what's going on here. Maybe we can map it by steering it down somehow first. Well, here's what I want to know first. So I just want to know, like, how many bits go into all of this. 4, 10, 4, 2, 10, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 11, 32. 64. Okay, so these all happen at... Assuming I didn't fuck that up. Let me just do it again, just to make sure I didn't fuck that up. 4 plus 2 plus 10 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 11 plus 32. Yeah. So this happens at an offset of 8, so we actually don't need to do this at all. Yeah, I don't see any reason why... If the offset of this is 64, which it should be, then there's no reason to reverse these just to unreverse them later. Never do math on stream, yeah. They ditch flipping the timestamp since it's 32. Gotcha, okay. So let's comment these out. And we'll comment this out. We do not need to do the whole thing. I guess not that either. So, okay. Yeah, you're right. It's a 32 and it's at a 32 offset. So I guess worst case scenario, we need to do the first 16 bits of this, which is 2 bytes, right? Yeah, because they're bits. I always so in theory we only need to do the first 2 bytes, right? Because we only need to do these and then these. You need to do 32 because you calculated a 64 and the timestamp is 32. No, I don't think so, because the, oh, hang on. Oh, it reverses the 32 bits. I think actually we do need to do that. Because we reverse the entire it's not, this, we have to pay attention to this. This is 8 bits, so it reverses each byte. And then, but then it reverses the whole 32 bits here. Yeah. So I think, so I think we actually do need to reverse timestamp because it's all 32 bits. But that still only means we have to do 4 here because we're only talking about 64. Oh no, is it 48? Fuck, hang on. 4 plus 2 plus 10 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 11 is 32. Plus 32. Yeah, so it's 64. So we need to do the first 8 bytes. Yeah, we need to do the first 8 bytes. And then everything else is fine. Yeah, somewhere a digital Ralph got it. You can't just flip a whole section and read from it. I mean, that's also a good question. We never read this. We never read VP Magic, so we don't actually have to flip it. We don't care about it. Do we ever read... Hang on. Does need to be... Oh, hang on. These do need to be flipped, but because I never read it, I save cycles by not. Hey Matt, how are ya? I'm good. I think we're getting a bit of a breakthrough here. Do we ever read this? No, we don't. We do read sec ID, and we do read payload. Hang on a sec. We definitely read payload size. Oh, hang on. So let me just double check. Okay, so we never read packet type. We never read magic. We do read sec ID. We do read payload size. Does that mean all 32-bit devices will become useless on the internet, including Pi 32 and 2038, which is shockingly close for a lot of software? I don't know. Good question. And we never read timestamp either. So we can actually go back to only doing the first 4. Yeah, because I never bother reading any of the other stuff. Important note. These do need to be flipped, but because I never read them, I save cycles by skipping the bit flip. So we need to flip the first 4 bytes so that we can get these variables, but we never actually read these, so... Need to shift the start to... Which start? Like, I'm shifting everything. I'm reversing the first 4 bytes, and then reversing these, because we need these, but we never read anything else, I don't think. UN64 can still exist on a 32-bit machine. That's true, you could just keep the time 64-bit. Is it worth including? Oh yeah. Also, if you need timestamp, sec ID isn't the first thing in VP, is it? No, it's not, but we don't... That's okay, because we are reversing... We do the reverse here, like, so we reverse each byte, so like 8 bits, 8 bits, 8 bits, 8 bits, and then we reverse sec ID specifically, which is 10 bits, but we put it right back into the variable, so I don't think it matters that we don't have to do any of this stuff. Yeah, I think. You need to reverse the first 8 bytes? Oh. The first 8 bytes in the above loop instead of 4. I think that'll work. I guess we can try it. Does anyone think this won't work? Bit flip sounds like a skateboard trick? That sounds like fun. I try it, think it'll work. Alright, let's see. I mean, we save so much time by not doing the whole thing. So it would be nice if this worked. I believe it'll make the Pi and the Wii U both spontaneously combust. Fuck, not again. So far, so good. Oh, we're still a little glitchy though. We're printing so much shit. Let's stop printing all that shit. I can see that we're getting a lot less. The stuff is taking a lot less time, so that's good. Yeah, let's get rid of all the logs because I think that's fucking with it. Flickering issue is fixed. Yeah, that was fixed earlier on. Well, actually, technically it was fixed off stream. That's I apologize for edging my audience and not showing them the solution, or not letting them see that get worked out. But yeah, so we fixed that. I figured that out pretty easily. Okay. The music is bad. How dare you? But it is pretty bad. You're not incorrect. It's like really cheesy, but I still kind of like it. Okay. Cool. CPU usage is still pretty, like our vanilla video CPU usage has gone way down, but our CPU usage is still pretty high. Maybe I'll just close HTOP and see if that does anything. Hang on, can we get an IDR to? Okay, so we're running with no HTOP at the moment. Is it good without HTOP? Because HTOP takes like 10 or 15% CPU. It seems pretty good now. Like now that we're not running HTOP, it seems alright. Bit of latency still. So on the right is the feed straight from the Wii U. That's why it's more HD. And on the left is still getting some artifacting. I want to know if it's still, this would be a good time to uncomment the, oh yeah, no, I see it. Skipped event to prevent rollover. So definitely could do a bit more, but honestly, pretty good, right? Like, better, a lot better than it was. If it's playable, I can't really play on the, hang on. I'll hide the feed. It's hard to play on the gamepad feed because there's so much latency. It's like almost half a second of latency. Here, I'll try though. I definitely think it's a lot better. Like, it's a lot smoother than it was before. Still getting some artifacting. This would be a good time to see... well, there's actually a couple of thoughts I have, real quick. Thought number one. This bit flipping happens to, like, all of the... yeah, this bit flipping happens to the audio as well, which... Vanilla would be doing in the background. Even though we don't have audio on the front end yet, it's still going to be doing this. So we can make this a very similar optimization here and here. Where is it? Oh, maybe command is fine actually. Do we need to do any... Do we do any bit flipping on input? I guess we're not sending any input yet. So I can do a similar optimization to the audio, which will save us a little bit of stuff. Still 03. Yeah, it's still 03. I haven't added any of these other flags yet either. We tried with 02, we can try with 02 again. Yeah, let's see if I can finish a race this way. I'm not sure what we're gonna do about the latency. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure what there is to do about that. I'm sure there's something we can do, but I'm not sure what it is. Well, it's playable, you know. Still a bit of artifacting, still a bit of like, and the latency is probably the worst part. That ARM machine is maybe not powerful enough, buddy. I don't know, people were saying that before, and I think it's better than it was. I think there's still some things some optimizations we can make. The problem with latency is that latency is not the CPU failing to keep up. It's, because otherwise it would get slower and slower. It's more likely there's just something along the chain. Yeah, but I'm not sure what that would be yet. You strip the binary? It's a release build, which in CMake, what did I come? First? No way. In CMake, a release build is 03, whereas a release with debinfo is 02. So we've tried both. Lads, there's not a CPU performance problem. The latency? Probably not. The latency is probably something else. If you try this on a Pi 02W, it's much faster than a regular Pi 0 and costs pretty much the same. Not yet, because my goal was to try and get it working on kind of the lowest powered hardware I could, because in theory, you know, lowest common denominator, if it works on this one, then it works on everything else. I'm certain a faster Pi could do it faster. But I wanted to get this. It's not exactly a self-challenge, but it's kind of a self-challenge. I feel like it'll be better for the project if I try and get it as performant as possible on the Pi 0. What happens if you bump the queue size just a little bit to like 25? I could do it. I could even bump it to like 100. Where is the queue? It's in... hang on. Okay, enough Daytona USA music. Let's do some Cooler World music. I mean, having a higher queue would give it more of an opportunity to like catch up, but it depends on, yeah, it's all about its ability to catch up. If it can't catch up, then a bigger queue will not make a difference. Where's the queue? Where did I put it? Is it in here? Hang on, I need to concentrate to figure out where I put the queue. It's max event count. There it is. Make it 100. Why not? Let's just go crazy. So I also let me look at the audio real quick, because I feel like we can probably make a similar optimization here. So and also let me double check this. So I do this data thing. We go to handle and then. Yeah, I guess we don't do any bit flipping here. What are the other times we reverse bits? Does it really hold about 30 frames in memory while processing, or it could be a Wi-Fi socket buffer, something like that? I've increased the socket buffer a lot. The socket buffer is like 32 megabytes or some shit like that. So I don't think it's a socket buffer issue. I think it's still most likely Well, it depends what part you mean. The latency, I don't know what the latency is yet. The latency, I don't think is a CPU issue. The artifacting may still be maxing out the CPU. Like we may still be skipping frames and packets here and there. So okay, so there's a lot of bit reversing on the on input, but we don't really do any of this yet, so not going to worry about that. But I can probably save some cycles by doing some shit here. So because we don't need to, again, we don't need to reverse the entire buffer just to reverse the entire payload, just to, which is the biggest part of the file of the packet, to just to unreverse it again later. So let's see, we've got okay, so we've got what a strange thing. Why is it? I'm just looking at this again. Yeah, what's strange is it's not like the whole buffer is reversed. It's not like the start of the buffer goes to the end. It's just like each byte gets reversed for some reason, somehow. Big socket buffer can cause latency? Yeah, maybe. We could try that. We tried using, for profiling tools, we tried using perf earlier, but we got some error about the hardware. Like perf didn't like the hardware. I can try gprof at some point, but for now, I think I'm gonna take a look at this. I'm gonna try and do the exact same optimization. So 3 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 10, 16, of course. So we want the first 4 bytes, I suppose. 4 bytes. And that means we can get rid of that. In fact, I'll just go ahead and get rid of this now, because I don't see any reason why we would bring it back. Like, again, there's no point in reversing the entire extended header just to unreverse it later on. So I don't see any reason why we would bring that back. These I can see, you know, maybe we'll want these in the future, we'll see. Now when it comes to the audio, that's an old wise saying, kiddos. Commit, mother trucker. Yeah, I should. I'll finish this first and then I'll commit. Okay, so we get rid of that and then do that. So yeah, it should be. Oh, so it's another matter of if we want timestamp or not, but I don't think we use. I again don't think we use timestamp. So this timestamp, including timestamp, turns it into 8 bytes. I don't even think we really read. I don't think we read format either, because as far as I know, the Wii U, like it supports different formats, but as far as I know, it never uses any different formats. So we just assume one format, and we're right as far as I know 100% of the time. I don't even check the sequence ID. God, in theory, we don't use any of these except for payload size. But payload size is here, so we need to do at least the first 4 bytes. So okay, yeah, we'll save some cycles doing that, and that means we reverse the first 4 bytes, or the first 32 bits, which brings us up to here. Ignore timestamp. I'll make another note to do performance analysis on desktop, even though it's fast enough already. That way you can see what parts of the CPU use the most CPU. Parts of the code use most CPU. Yeah, I can give that a go later. Doing a quick check with timestamp to see if the data ever comes out of order would be very useful to identifying the video corruptions. Oh, we already do that. We don't use timestamp though, we use sec_id. Like there's a whole thing here about video packets coming in and out of, or coming in the wrong order. There's also a whole thing about making sure that even if we get them out of order, that they end up in the right order by using the sec_id. I don't know what timestamp does that's different from sec_id. Timestamp might have like when the frame should be presented, but as far as I know, they should all be presented more or less in order. So yeah, we already do checking to make sure that like the packets are in order and that we construct them in order. Maybe link to some ticking. As always, Gary will probably have the answer. We need his version of the. Here we go. Documentation, engineering, video streaming protocol. Timestamps is. Oh, it doesn't say. See video streamer. I guess I can do that. Source video streamer. Set timestamp. Yeah, what does it do? Yeah. That timestamp. What is it? It's oh, it's given to it. Oh, is this an API? And like, we don't know? Fuck. Oh well. I just wanted to see what got put in here, but I guess we don't know. Oh well. Doesn't matter. So yeah, I think this'll. Problem is, it's hard to test. I'd have to test it on desktop because I don't have audio working on the Pi yet. I guess we could try getting it working on the Pi. To get timestamp or get AP timestamp, you'll need to change the above loop from byte to 4 to byte less than 8. I don't do it because I don't use it and it saves time. My recovery codes haven't been saved in over a year. I feel like I did this. I feel like I did this like yesterday and it just hasn't like updated or something. Anyway, payload size is definitely something we use. I don't think we use anything else. If the Pi is faster than the gamepad, you're telling me we could make something more performant than the gamepad? I mean, probably. I mean, most Pis, like, if you build this out of like a Pi 5, I'm sure it would be more powerful than a gamepad of, you know, gamepad is 12 years old now, so, I don't know what you would do with it, but I'm sure you could do it. Couldn't the for loop run only twice if you start from the second byte? Yeah, it could. I guess so. And that way we save 2 more. But I'll have to make the documentation a little bit clearer. Above for loop from. Hang on. I'll actually just skip this. I'll say this for loop skips AP format and AP. That's what I originally thought about in the video stuff. Gotcha. Sec ID. And AP timestamp to save processing. If you want those, you'll have to adjust this loop. There. Hopefully whoever edits this next will be able to figure that out. Important note. Hang on. Yes. Love the double lines. And yeah, I guess we could do that for the video as well, so if we really want to save some cycles. So we can skip up to, because we only want sec ID and payload size, so we can skip. Oh, no, we can't, because sec ID is within the first byte. That's unfortunate. Oh well. This is a stream where a man recreates the Wii U gamepad and reverse engineers Lego Island. Why are we talking about communism? Oh no! I haven't been paying attention. Are people talking about communism now? And I'll do this here in here as well. Important note, this for loop skips VP magic, VP packet type, and VP timestamp to save processing. If you want those, you'll have to adjust this loop. All right, cool. Well, that'll save us some time. Let's build that. Hey, Real Callum Plays, thanks for the Prime sub, I really appreciate that. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Remember, it is always morally correct to make sure that those $2 or whatever do not go to Amazon and Jeff Bezos and instead go to your friendly neighborhood Twitch streamer. Doesn't have to be me, but your friendly neighborhood streamer nonetheless. Okay. So we should have saved at least, because I remember seeing the audio thread using a bit of CPU as well. It was using like 5% CPU, and all things considered, that's a decent chunk of CPU. So hopefully this brings it down a lot. My Bezos bucks. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. All right. I'll run HTOP as well, because I want to get some stats on this. Where are we at now? So the number one most CPU using thread now appears to be Vanilla Pi, which is, I believe, the main Vanilla Pi instance. Let me make this a little bit bigger so I can see it better. Okay. All right. Let's see if we get. Let's see how much more corruption we get. 68% CPU, not too bad. 73. It's definitely like hovering around the high end, which is. But I guess, you know, I shouldn't be too concerned, because at the end of the day. We got a bit of a stutter there. Like, you know, the CPU is there to be used, right? Oh, fuck. It's so hard to play because of the latency. Honestly, though, artifacting-wise, not bad. Like, so far, I haven't seen any severe artifacts. A bit of stuttering. Honestly. Yeah, not too bad so far. We've done a pretty good optimizing job. And it only took 4 hours! I know! Bit of stutters, yeah. Tiny bit of stutters here and there. And the latency is still not good. The 300 milliseconds or so of latency is not wonderful. Makes it a bit hard to play. So, you know, that'll have to be solved. But honestly, quality-wise, even with HTOP running, HTOP is consuming an additional 10% CPU right now. In fact, the stuttering might even go away if we got rid of HTOP. Honestly, not bad. Stutters maybe chain issues? Maybe. I'll have to investigate that later. Now onto audio, yeah. No more artifacting, it seems. Like synchronous or asynchronous? It's in its own thread. It's not happening in the main thread. I still see artifacting. If you do, it's pretty minor because I can't see it. I mean, there's going to be some artifacting regardless, just because it's in, like, even on the real gamepad you can see H.264 compression artifacts. So it won't be a perfect feed, but it's way better than it was. Once every 10 seconds. I definitely see like the stuttering probably every 10 seconds or so. I don't know about, I haven't identified any glitches though. Any latency, shitty Wi-Fi adapter, shitty code, or shitty CPU? It's probably something even more esoteric than that, because I know for a fact, like, this, the latency makes it so hard to steer. I know for a fact that, like, desktop vanilla doesn't have anything like this kind of latency. It's pretty, desktop vanilla is pretty playable. Well, it's very playable. I'm hedging from saying, like, oh, definitely got some artifacting there, but then it, like, corrected it. So it's a lot better than it was. I know for a fact desktop vanilla is pretty good with this Wi-Fi adapter. I don't think it's CPU, because CPU would suggest that it's like falling behind, that it's failing to keep up. And I don't think it's failing to keep up. It's probably going to be something like, maybe bigger, maybe it's the bigger socket size. Hey, OMG, wait, thanks for the Prime sub, I really appreciate it. Can we try the flags? Yeah, we can try the flags, see if we can get some better performance out of it. Let's, I also, because I changed the RMEM to a ridiculously huge thing, maybe I'll set it to like 1 megabyte. I don't know, one of those. I think that's megabyte. See if that's any better. And yeah, we can try the flags as well, but let's try this first. Hang on, to compare, this is the real Wii U on the right. I don't know if that's better or not. It feels like it could be a bit better. Hang on, what if I set it a lot smaller? Or like, what if I set it to like, I think UDP packets have a theoretical maximum of like 65535. Let's try that. Shrink it more. Let's try shrinking it more. Oh, we're not getting any packets now. Hang on. Maybe that's too small. Or are we just not getting an IDR? Maybe we're not just not getting an IDR. Okay. How small can we go? Ooh. That seems a bit too small, because now we're getting a lot of dropped frames. Let's try with 500,000. Latency seems less, but we're definitely dropping a lot more frames. Like, the latency seems a lot less, but at the cost of more stuttering. 75K. It's okay. Not sure. Well, so I'm guessing there are probably other things that we can do, because like, when it was too small. Yeah, I'm sure there's something else we can do. Where the stutter's coming from? Are we dropping partial packets? I'm guessing, yeah, it's something about packet loss. Yeah, I think it's all gonna come down to packet loss. You should commit! Yes. Been 4 hours since I've checked the stream and you've managed to get rid of the packet loss, so honestly I'm impressed. Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's way better than it was. I think the stutters are probably like stray. Probably what happens is we lose a packet and then Vanilla requests an IDR so that it like resets the video feed and so it restarts so it won't show any glitches. We could try, I mean, if we really wanted to, we could show an incomplete frame and then probably the stutters would disappear, but we'd get a bit more glitchiness. Breaking the cycle, I guess so. This was a successful optimization. How fun. Let's commit. And let's try those build flags, because I'm just really curious if that does anything. Honestly, I can probably get rid of this now, because we're not seeing this get spammed. I'm going to guess we're not going to see this get spammed nearly as much anymore. Oh, we also have a lot more events. We'll test that. I'll test that before committing. Okay, audio. Yeah, okay. Oh, we can get rid of this Millie's function. I don't need that anymore. In fact, actually, that being said, I might want it later on. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably move it to the util. And then... so I can reuse it later. Could you not just adjust the code to handle the default buffer size? Most apps don't require that. Curious what's up with needing that. I mean, it's not necessarily about updating the code, it's about consuming the UDP packets fast enough that the OS doesn't discard them. And doing that on a fairly weak CPU. There may be, again, it may come down to doing more optimizations with a smaller buffer size, but we're dealing with, yeah, we're dealing with abnormal circumstances. Not the cycle! Undo all the changes so we can have a fail again. We gotta do like a chat, we gotta do predictions where it's like, we predict whether it's gonna be a success or a fail stream at some point. Okay, where is clock real time stored? What header is that in? Is it in stdlib or maybe it's in time? I'll just include time. Can we bet on a success or fail stream? Well, not now. We already know. But like in the future, I think that'd be cool.
Hey YouTube chat, can any of you do a kickflip? Also, this chat, a better Twitch chat, is communist now. We just nationalized into the great nation of
No
Lego
way!
Island. All of this is entirely true.
Lego Island, it's real? The rumor come out, does Lego Island is real? CPU priority issue? I don't think so. I think it's mostly, you saw how like the CPU was getting maxed out. I think it's mostly going to be stuff like that. Though, if we had a custom distro, there might be things that we can do to like lighten, like make sure that other stuff isn't happening while vanilla is running. Because right now we've got like, for all intents and purposes, it's a thin but still a Linux distro running in the background. Hey, an inanimate carbon rod. Thanks for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Yeah. So for all intents and purposes.
And it's mostly working. It's time to make it work on I-486.
Bruh. That's a job for somebody else, not me. Damn it. Fire Striker, thanks for the Prime sub, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. You paid for the CPU? Use the whole CPU, exactly. Oh yeah, so I was gonna commit this and I was gonna try some funky CPU compiler flags. Yeah, so we in theory maybe, well, for all intents and purposes, we're still using a real Linux distro right now. And if we made a custom one whose only job was to run vanilla, there's a chance we would save, you know, up to maybe even 10% CPU doing that, which could be, you know, could mean the difference between quite good and quite or quite bad. But we'll see. So okay, just going through. Oh, we shouldn't probably commit that just yet. You want to use BusyBox on a grub then, but that's pain in the buttocks. I've seen like I've read some stuff about like stuff like build root or stuff like compiling your kernel and bootloader and shit like that. I think it'll be okay. I'm sure it'll be a bit of a pain, but I think it'll be okay. Hey, Al Hafar, thanks for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. All this is pretty good though. Significantly optimized.
Tier 100.
Hey, Firestriker, thanks for the bits. I really appreciate that. Video/audio packet intake. And then add get millis to util just in case. Make build the main command of rpy docker file. Hey, Colin Ostrowski, thanks for the gifting a membership. Hell yeah. Yo, thanks for the 150 bits. Hype train, thanks for contributing. Just make your own kernel at this point. Good idea, honestly. Okay. Cool. Hey. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Okay. So, okay, we were gonna try some flags, see if that helps us at all. Hey, Udago, Lion Walk, thanks for the Prime subs, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Hell yeah, I really appreciate. Thanks for all the subs and bits. Thanks, Proddy. Thanks for gifting 5 subs to various people. If you just got a sub, be sure to thank Proddy. Hey, thanks guys. I really appreciate it. I'm really glad we've made a lot of progress. You know, you go back to day 5 and we got like video, but it was like 1 frame every 10 seconds. Hey. iDef, thanks for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thanks Natty63, thanks Peanuts and Potatoes for the Bezos bucks. Hell yeah. What? I'm really glad, you know, it's really exciting to see this all work out. Hey, Firestriker, thanks for gifting another sub. 1 frame every 10 metal clang sounds about right. That's basically what it was. Back in day 5, that was basically what we were getting. And honestly, right now, it is so close to being so good. Hey, Title SPL, thanks for the Prime sub. Titles Pool, thanks for the Bezos bucks. Thanks Doom XH, thanks for the tier 1. Hell yeah. Been fun watching this progress in real time, gives a better perspective on the project instead of just one video at the end. Yeah, I mean that's kind of nice. I think, you know, both have their value. There will be a video about this at the end, but I also think it's fun to kind of showcase the actual process sometimes as well. Try setting process affinity so that your process is the only one running on a core. This project uses that to avoid task scheduling latency. I think there's only 1 core on the Pi, but like if the only goal is to run vanilla, then we could probably give it like really high priority, which might help in some situations. For like, again, that's mostly for like stuttering and stuff like that. The latency is probably not necessarily a CPU problem. It's 2Bob, thanks for the tier 1, hell yeah. Sebadav, thanks for the 100 bits. Oh.
Tier 100 ain't I just joined and read about the breach. I'm so sorry. It recently been hacked too. It sucks, but I guess nowadays it's just a matter of when rather than if. Keep up the good work.
The good news is I'm putting in the effort to make things much more secure, so hopefully nothing will happen like that will happen again. But hey, thanks for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Iator 908. Thanks for the Prime sub. Hell yeah. Reverse fart with reverb into a fart with reverb. Oh god. Okay. Compiler flags. Let's try the compiler flag. So I copied these down from chat a little earlier on. Let's see if it makes things faster or if it breaks everything. I suspect it'll probably be one of those things where like the difference is fairly negligible. But we'll try. We'll see what happens. I'm very curious. I can't believe that, like, because I got that bit flipping stuff. I basically stole that code straight from DRC Sim. I can't believe that's been around for so long and no one's like done anything about it. Like, yeah, I can't believe that that there are so many cycles being wasted, even in vanilla, because I copied the code. There were so many cycles being wasted that didn't have to be. Joining stream soon. Yeah, pretty soon. I just gonna give this a go and see what happens. So, okay. Hack, did I miss something? I mentioned early in the stream that the reason I didn't stream on Friday was because my website got effectively a crypto virus. But and I've been spending the last 2 days kind of fixing that or rebuilding the server from scratch, so that just to make sure there's no like shit on it. Because I'm pretty sure I've looked at it a lot. I'm pretty sure I know what it did and didn't do, but at the same time, you can never be too safe, right? Okay, so let's take a look at. So this is with those flags ostensibly. Again, your website got hit again? No, only once, but I haven't finished rebuilding it yet. We stream again tomorrow to be back on schedule, or a bit of break between streams? That's a good question. I kind of like the Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. I don't know if I'll, I don't know, I might want to catch up on like video editing stuff though tomorrow. But do I want to do it on Tuesday? I'm gonna say tentatively, this week might be a Tuesday and Friday or a Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm gonna say not tomorrow. I'm gonna commit to Tuesday and maybe Wednesday and definitely Friday. I think that's what the schedule will be. Do you know the attack vector? Yes, I know what it is. I figured it all out. It's just a little annoying. Day breaking between kills help with burnout because I know I suffer from that. Sure, yeah. So, yes, I'm gonna say probably not tomorrow, but yes Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, and yes Friday. I do gotta try the Realtek stuff too, though. Fuck. I don't want to leave Mr. Realtek waiting for too long. Okay. What do we think? It does seem maybe like when I look at HTOP, like vanilla Pi back is like maybe 1% less than it used to be. So it's something. Oh, also our RMEM is much the buffer is much lower than it used to be. What if I set it back to like something a little bit bigger? Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of stuttering going on this time. Yeah, I'll make it ridiculously big again. I'm not entirely sure. Kill H-top? Yeah, you're probably right. Definitely H-top takes a surprising amount of CPU. Like it's definitely it's already a lot better without it. Let me bring it back down. See if we can get away with a smaller one now. RMM Max is a thing? I guess so. I think I stole that line straight from Stack Overflow, to be fair. Ooh. It's okay. I think it's like maybe negligibly. Well, I don't know. I feel like it's hard to. I shouldn't say it's stuttering more because that's probably because I lowered the RMM, but yeah, I don't know if it's 100% convincingly better. Well, I think it's mostly it may be a bit better, but it's mostly fairly negligible. Hey, Natty63, thanks for the 2 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. Yeah, good old normal Pi 0. Pretty cool when it works. When it's not stuttering, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Alright, well. There we go. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright. So, God, I'm almost wondering if I should come on tomorrow to do like Arduino stuff, because like I want to do that as soon as possible. Because I was saying, like, I was committing to Tuesday, but I also really want to do that Arduino stuff. Maybe I'll do an Arduino stream tomorrow. Gonna try audio today or nah? Nah, I don't think so. I think I'll finish up today. But I'm thinking about it. I actually might come back tomorrow and not do any Raspberry Pi stuff and just focus on the Realtek microcomputer. Rest, dumbass. Go play Shadow Generations and chill. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Maybe, tentatively, maybe to do audio so the streak gets fixed. No. Okay, let's we'll update the document. Success! Wow! Haha, bit reversing saved us a ton of cycles. Or removing all of the unnecessary bit reverse. And now we get pretty damn smooth video feed. A pretty damn smooth video feed. Do a short stream, maybe like 2 hours? Yeah, something like that, I think. Next will be a double failure. Fuck, yeah, it's gotta cancel out somehow. Okay. Now we get a pretty damn smooth video feed. Still a decent, still some very noticeable latency though. Something around 200 to 500 ms or so. This will definitely need to be fixed to make this playable. Cool. Is that all? Is that everything we did? We didn't do any audio gamepad. I think day 11 we'll be looking at hang on, I usually insert a page break here. Day 11 will probably be either audio slash gamepad support, or trying to fix the damn latency. Fix the flickering? Ah, I guess so, yeah. Fixed flickering between streams. Sorry. Turns out deleting the old frame buffer before setting the new one. I guess I shouldn't say turns out. I'm acting off a hunch here. Appears to have consumed an entire V-blank, making the frame rate almost exactly 29.97 instead of 59.94. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. Maybe it was 30, but like, I'm just assuming that was the case. But I'll say it may just be like it wasn't going to go over, so it averages out to slightly less. I'm dead serious to get you a 5-figure salary monthly. Who? Me? I don't know about that. Frame rate, exactly 30 instead of 60. By deleting the frame buffer after the setting, we get a full 60 FPS. Okay. Well, there we are. There we are. How do you guys feel? Have you hydrated recently? It has been a bit, actually. Alright. I'll see you guys next time. I'll see... Is there anyone worth... anyone I should raid on Twitch? I don't know. I don't have a lot of streamer friends. I watch streams, but I don't have a lot of streamer friends. So, so I'll see you guys next time. The streak is broken. Sorry for succeeding. All right, I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.